everyone. I hope you're doing well. I see Russ in chat. Russ has been preparing for the World Board Gaming Championships. Oh, that's awesome. What games are you preparing for? Happy Sunday, everyone. Uh, hey, Daniel. Hope you're doing well. What stream number are we on? This is a... I saw Ranks was getting close to... oops, I just closed the window that I wanted to have open. There we go. I saw Ranks was closing in on 200. Let's see. This is and we're on 172. Okay, so we're not that far behind. So in a surprising twist, today's Math Pesto puzzle that we're starting with is by Jay Dyer. If you are not if you have not sort of seen the stream before and not sort of figured this out, each day I start the stream with whichever puzzle the majority of my supporters, or sorry, the most of my supporters have voted for. People who support at the windmill level or above can see this huge, enormous list of puzzles that we'll say might appear on the stream someday, and then they can vote for as many of them as they want. And Tristan says something is wrong. I will try and ignore him while he tries to fix whatever it is. But I do whichever of them has the most votes. And for the past, I don't know, 5 streams, 6 streams or whatever, it has just been Math Pesto puzzle after Math Pesto puzzle, all of which have been awesome. But today, the most voted on puzzle with 9 votes is this Jay Dyer puzzle. I always sort of honor the people who voted for the puzzle. So the people who voted for this puzzle are Nordy, Ken, Luda, Josh, Daniel, Russ, Jay Dyer, Math Pesto, and David. Most excellent that all of you support the stream. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy this solve of this puzzle. So this is a Jay Dyer deconstruction, although I suppose if you are Jay Dyer, you just call it a deconstruction. So let's see. So what are the rules? So we need to put 9 3x3 boxes into the grid. So for example, this could be a 3x3 box. And then anything that's not in one of the 3x3 boxes that we put into the grid is just empty. It doesn't contain a digit at all. So we have that. Now, each region contains a single doubler cell whose value is double its digit for the purposes of cage totals, as we'll see in a second. And no row or column contains more than one doubler, and each digit appears in exactly one doubler. I've always wanted to do some sort of... I guess I've done one deconstruction. I've wanted to do another. This whole, like, range of Math Pesto puzzles that have had, like, Philomeno combined with some Sudoku boxes sort of thing. I definitely has my mind sort of spinning with what sorts of things can I do with that. So I have some ideas. I'm going to try and make something in that space. And then also we did a microstudy puzzle last time that really also inspired me, that I've been trying to set something with microstudy in a similar space, so we'll see how that turns out. And then admittedly, I also have gotten back into Factorio, so I've also just been trying to figure out how to make sure that my factory makes enough methanol. So, you know, all the important things in life. Yes, welcome, Kisserel? Kisserel, I think. Okay, digits cannot repeat in cages, and the sum of the cell values in a cage is equal to the value in the top left corner. We've got all of that. So hey, Trevor. Yet again, my keypad is not on, and I am trying to figure out why it's not working, and it's because it's not on. Okay. So the secret to these puzzles, which I believe Jay Dyer told me she did not know when she set the first one, is that there are all of these cells which are forced to be in a region. I probably should put the green up here and the blue down here. And we can go into our cast of characters. So we've got the carnival cake. We've got Simon's sweater. And let's see, if I move orange down here, then we can have Hunter up here. There we go, there's Hunter. Okay. So there we go. So all of those have to be part of some region, and so we have the usual cast of colors, and then we have three special guest colors: Simon's sweater, carnival cake, and Hunter, as we have become known. Do we have a bet cell? That is a good question. Can Jay Dyer provide us a bet cell? And what are the odds that Jay Dyer will provide us a bet cell that is inside a region? Okay, so we've got all of that. So yeah, so there's going to be some interesting sort of things with sort of how the cages. We have never obligated that. I'm going to note both of these are definitely in regions. I cannot get a 1 cell 17 cage, so both of these are definitely something. So these are... Well, this one is row 6, column 6. Okay, we will do row 6, column 6. Okay, these are both in regions of some description. I'm trying to decide how I want to mark are in regions. Oh, I know how we do it. That's right. We have done this problem before. So these are definitely in regions. So we've got that. This needs to be carnival cake, because if this isn't carnival cake, I'm never getting to 6. So this is carnival cake. And this likewise needs to be carnival cake, because otherwise I'm never getting to 4. So carnival cake actually gets sort of chased over down like that. Now, can this be carnival cake? Is it possible to get a 6 cage and a 4 cage? Yes, it is possible. Only just. Let's see. Do we have any others of these where it is obvious out of the gate that the cell has to contain a digit? Oh, there's another 17 cage. How about that? My scanning is getting worse and worse with age. And it was never that good to begin with. But the fact that I identified that this was true about this 17 cage and then missed that there was this 17 cage was not perhaps the best. This 30 cage is super interesting because it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's got 11 cells in it. So at most 9 of those can contain digits. And even if 9 of them contained digits, it seems like it would be a problem. Let's see. Peter says the 3-cell cage in row 9, column 9 must have all 3 cells in a box. Is that really true? No, it could be double 9 and a 6. Double 9 and 6 would be fine. But it is interesting. The only way a 24 cage cannot have all 3 cells in is to contain a double 9. Because if you only double 8, then you need 8 more. So yeah, so that's very interesting. So there's 2 ways to do a 24 cage. Oh, sorry, that's not true. But we either have all 3, or we have a double 9. So I want to think about that, especially given this sort of geometry thing we have going on. And by geometry thing, I just mean that these lie entirely in 4 rows and columns. it is interesting. The 18 cage also wants a double 9, and this 9 cage also wants an undoubled 9. So there's definitely a lot going on here with desired desire for doubled 9s. Oh, that's true. I can't get to 18 and 2 without a doubler. So there's definitely a doubler in here. So I can mark that none of these cells contain a doubler. And I can mark that none of these cells contain a doubler, which is assuredly interesting because, question mark, question mark. Oh, so this cage doesn't contain any doublers at all. So that's very interesting. So because this cage doesn't contain any doublers at all, it needs to be entirely green. And so this cage we know is 7, 8, 9. I think I'm going to get rid of my row and column markers for now, but I'm going to guess I'm going to need to draw them again in a minute. Now we've got that. Is it obvious I can't do that? I don't think so. So I guess one consequence is that this 24 cage definitely needs a doubler. Because if this 24 cage does not have a doubler, we're going to have a huge problem in that it's going to need to be 7, 8, 9, but that would put 4 7, 8, 9s in a row. And so therefore this cell is definitely a doubler. And therefore we can de-doublerize lots of other cells. And the same thing's going to be true in the column, I believe. Okay, so yeah, so same thing over down here. This 24 cage, again, if it did not contain a doubler, it would need to be 7, 8, 9. That would be too many 7, 8, 9s in column 3. And so therefore this is a doubler. And therefore, oops, we can Xify lots of things. So now this 24 cage contains no doublers. And so that's going to force the Carnival Cake 24 cage. And that's going to force... Oh, it's not going to force Carnival Cake to take those cells. It's just going to force those cells to be taken. So these cells are definitely something. And I know that value-wise, these are 7, 8, 9. So interesting, maybe, possibly. Okay, so should I think about what double digits suffice? No, I don't think so, because I think I still don't know quite enough to know about that. Okay, this is a point from Lakia. This cell has to be orange. I can't make the 10 cage only a doubled 5, so this cage needs to be something, but because Carnival Cake is already shimmied over to the right, it can't shimmy far enough left to get here, so the only thing that can get here is orange. Okay, agree with that. Yes, this is certainly Hunter, as is being pointed out by 57 Thorns. If that was not Hunter, what would it be? And the answer is nothing. And likewise, this can be Simon's sweater. Because again, what else would it be if not? Oh, that's interesting. If I don't use a 7, 8, or 9 in an 18 cage, I cannot get to 18, is Garian's point. Because if I just use, say, a doubled 6 and a 5, that's not 18. So the last 7, 8, 9 in this row is here, and so therefore these things, well, let's just fill in this one in particular. This one is at most 6. And so double 9 and 6, that would work. But likewise, this is from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is not 7, 8, or 9 because I have a 7, 8, 9 over there. What things can I actually double if I take, say, 9 and 7? That's 16. So these doublers always have to be at least 4 in order to get there. So these things are from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in order to make that work. See, and I don't think I know either of these can't be 7, 8, 9. Let's see. If this was a 7, 8, 9, though, this would need to be 4, 6, which is interesting because, oh, yeah, because that would give me a 7, 8, 9 triple in the row. Yeah, okay, so the 18 cage, so Nicholas is suggesting we ask what could be doubled in an 18 cage. And so you could double a 9, for sure. You can double an 8. You can double a 7. What if you try and double a 6? If you try and double a 6, then you would need a 6. That doesn't work. And if you try and double a 5, you need an 8. That's still fine. So I think in the 18 cages, I think you could double 5, 6. Sorry, not 6. You could double 5, 7, 8, 9, I think, are all valid options for doubling in the 18 cages. So I think the 18 cages are a little more flexible than Nicholas is giving it credit for. Okay, I'm trying to understand. Right. Because these two are maximum. I was maximizing these incorrectly. The maximum of these two cells is 6 plus 5 is 11. And since the doubler's even, it's really these two are maximum of 10. So this does need to be at least a 7. Love you, honey. So that is a 7, 8, 9. And likewise, and this is because of the virtual triple in both this row and column, there has to be a doubled 7, 8, 9 in here. So these two sum to a maximum of 10. And so this needs to be at least, again, a 7, 8, 9. Okay. So I agree with that assessment. And that is going to tell us that this 10 cage is a 4, 6. Because now if I look at the row, I've got a 7, 8, 9 triple. And so I have a 4, 6 as predicted. And so this is not 4 or 6. Now I need this cell to be a color because double 9 plus 5 is still not big enough. So now I get to rainbowize this cell. And I probably can rainbowize this cell. Oh, I can't rainbowize this cell yet. Because of that. Tristan is looking at me like I've done something wrong. Oh, I think Tristan is trying to get me to ask you to like the stream. So please, if you've not yet done so, please do like the stream. D-Web has pointed out that Carnival Cake needs to shimmy again because Carnival Cake now, if I look at it, needs to take this cell because this cell in the 6 cage needs to be there because this can't be a lone 6 because there's a 4, 6 pair in the row. I feel like I explained a very simple deduction in a very unsatisfying way, but whatever. Carnival Cake shimmies this way, which means we now know what color this is. This now has to be orange. And as soon as that's orange, now this cell is nothing. Because Simon's sweater, sorry, Hunter, Simon's sweater can't get over here. So this is now our first cell that is nothing. And so if that cell is nothing, these cells are nothing. This 6 cage, we know what it has to be. It has to be 1, 5 because it's got no doublers. It sums to 6 and it doesn't use a 4. So that gets rid of the 1 and the 5 over here. So what digit is left? Oh, it's just a 2 and a 3. But what are you going to do? Uh, so good spot from Garion. Carnival Cake can't go down, because if Carnival Cake goes down, this 4 cage would need to be a 1-3, but there's a 1 in the 6 cage. That's beautiful. We expect no less from Garion. So that finishes this region. And so therefore we get our first digit. This digit is a 4. And so we get to do our patented 4 dance. Thank you, thank you. Also, there's not a 789 triple in this column yet. Somehow in my brain there was a 789 triple, and that was going to tell me that this was both cells, but not necessarily. I don't think. But I want to think about what this can be. So could this be a single 9? It probably is. D-Web points out, now that Carnival Cake is going up, blue also has to go up. Oh, did I just delete a 789 pencil mark from here? I did just delete a 789 pencil mark from there. I don't know quite how. Oh, when I was trying to delete that. Okay, so I do have a 789 triple here, and so my 9 cage must have this cell being blue, because otherwise my 9 cage would need to be a single 9, and it can't be, because there's a 789 triple once you don't delete pencil markings. But now this is not 8-1, it's not 2-7, and it's not 4-5, so this must be 3-6. And if this is 3-6, that means this isn't 6. And now as soon as this isn't 6, because double 9 is only 18, we know that this must be something. Like that. Oh, this isn't 3 either, for what it's worth. So this is 1, 2, or 5. I suppose I don't even know if that's worth demarcating. Probably not, is going to be my guess. Let's see. Oh, Nicholas is encouraging me to look at this cell and say that this is at most 6 plus 3, so that's at most 8. And so if that's at most 8, that means I need this to be at least 16. And so this is not 7. That's true. So one of these is a 7, so that's not ever a 7. So that is a good deduction. Let us see. Oh, now the green needs to take some of this 14 cage. Because now my 14 cage can't be gotten by the orange at all. And so I need to get to more than one cell of this 14 cage, which means my Simon's sweater needs to come at least to here in order to make that work. And so the question will become whether Simon's sweater takes all the way at the bottom or not. That I'm not sure, but Simon's sweater certainly needs to go down at least that far. And if Simon's sweater does that, then it can't take these cells over here. Or this cell. Those just don't contain digits anymore. And if I remember, I'm going to try and remove X's from cells that don't contain digits, because cells that don't contain digits don't contain doublers. Hey, Sarah, I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Okay, so we've got that. Let's see. Very slick spot from Selena. this can't be a normal 8-9 pair anymore, so it definitely contains a doubler because that's an 8 or a 9, so this can't be an 8-9 pair. And so therefore I can X everything else in this row and say, hey, none of y'all are doublers. Hey, Rock Rat, hope you're doing well. Now, that only leaves us a handful of spots for the doubler in this box. And by a handful, I mean 2. But in particular, both of those are in this row, and so that's going to let us chase doublers out of all of those. And so now the only way for... Actually, sorry, there's 2 ways for this to work. This could be if Hunter does not go down... Sorry, if Simon's Sweater does not go down... Sorry, Hunter, I keep misnaming you. If Simon's Sweater does not go down, this would have to be either 5-9 or 6-8. That would have to be the 8 or the 9 in order for that to work out. Simon's Sweater already had a doubler, so it's being pointed out that the thing I just deduced, I already knew if I paid attention, because there's already a doubler in Simon's Sweaterland. It's interesting to note that this green, in order to get a doubler, it's going to have to grab one of these 4 to be the doubler for it. That's potentially interesting. This column does need a doubler. Oh, right. I know there's a doubler in the 18 cage. Never mind. Can row 2, column 9, be a 7? I'm going to try and understand why DWeb believes this can't be a 7. It's probably something to do with this geometry trick involving counting the number of 7s that are in these cells or something. So I need... If that's a 7, I would need 3 7s. Oh, no, it's much simpler than that. It's that if this is 14, I need these to add to 10, and they can't, because of the fact that they can't be 5 and 5, 2 and 8, or 1 and 9, because, again, there's a virtual 7, 8, 9 triple in this row. I should remember to write that in now that I know that this is a digit, and write this in now that I know that this is a digit. So that just does not work. So this just can't be 7 numerically. And now... That's huge, because these two are an 8-9 pair. That gives us another digit. That tells us that this is 7. Oops. Because it sees both 8 and 9, because I know that I can't repeat digits in doublers. I believe this was a CTC video. Now this has a doubler as well, because it also sees an 8-9 pair, so we get to do the same... razzmatazz going up and down the column here, marking that none of those are doublers. Orange now is getting its doubler. I guess there's a few places, because orange could still go all the way up if it wants to. Let's see. So if this is... Maybe I should think about the options for this. If this is double 8, that's 16. I would need these two to add to 8. I guess that has lots of options. I guess this is the one to look at. If this is double 8, then I need these two to add to 8. And if this is double 9, I need these two to add to 6. All of that is annoying. This is a 2 or a 3, is Russ's point, I believe. So now the 7... So now what's the doublers in the 18 cages? So now the 18 cages can't be a single cell, because we've used the 9 doubler. So now all of these 18 cages, they grow to contain something. And this one, actually, I know the color. It can only be purple slash pink if you prefer to call this color pink, because Simon's sweater can't reach that high. So so this is now purple. So purple definitely goes down as part of this story. Uh, so Selena prefers calling it pink. I think it's one of those things where it depends very much on what screen you're looking at. Because I have definitely seen people stream where it definitely looks pink to me. On my screen, it looks more purple. But I've seen other people have it where their monitor is set up slightly differently or whatever, and it definitely looks pink. Okay. So I think we've said the smallest number we can double in an 18 cage is 5, and we can't double a 6. So the only numbers we can double are 5 and 7, is what Garion is getting at. And so therefore, these are a double 5 and an 8, and a double 7 and a 4. Those are the only options of how these work. And therefore, that cell sees all of that nonsense, and therefore is a 9 to make that that work. It's a virtual 7-8 pair, although I guess that we kind of already knew. Tristan is brandishing a knife, I'm concerned. Oh, interestingly, because blue already has a 3 and a 6, blue can't do all of the work on this 6 cage. Because the only way this 6 cage could work with only this cell, with only help from blue, is if it were either a double 3 or a 6, conveniently both of which are gone, and that is incredibly cheeky and I'm sure intentional. And therefore, Hunter must grow to the right, like that, at least. And so if Hunter grows like that, that means this cell now is yellow. Oops, I would like not to delete that. I would like to only delete the color. I've gotten in the habit now that if I hit delete enough times, it deletes the colors, even if I don't switch to color mode. But that's probably not actually a good habit, because it also deletes random pencil marks, and then I don't have 7, 8, 9 triples anymore, or whatever. You know how it goes. The usual life stuff. So yeah, so yellow takes all of the 18 cage. Agree with that. Do I want to write down options for this cell? I don't even know if I do. Okay, so should I think about what the doublers in the 17 cages can be? Because I'm going to just write up here what doublers I've actually used. So this is just going to be my doubler tracker. So I've used 8 and 9, and I've used 4 and 5. So the only things I have left to double are 1, 2, 3, 6, and 7. Double 3 is not going to get me there. So I actually need to use the doubler 6 and the doubler... Oh, did I do that wrong? Okay, so I've used the double 8 and double 9. Right, this is a double 5 and a double 4. No, not a double 4. Double 7. Sorry. There we go. So we've got that. These are my doublers I have left. I lost track of what's doubled. I should probably corner mark it. These are a double 5 and a double 7. Double 4 would certainly not work well. Okay. But double 3 is not enough to get me to 17. So these have to be a double 4 and a double 6. The double 4 goes with a 9, and the double 6 goes with a 5. So we've got all of those things. And in particular, that's the 4 and 6 doubler gone. So now every doubler I have left is a 1, a 2, or a 3. So I know there's a 2 or a 3 down here, I guess, is one thing that I can say for sure. Oh, I know. Oh, no, I don't know that this is not a 2 or a 3. Sorry. Oh, Garion also says the 17 cages are limited. I'm hoping Garion's math agrees with my math. Let's see. So yeah, let me corner mark that one of these has a doubled 5 and one of them has a doubled 7. And one of these has a doubled 4 and one of them has a doubled 6. So if orange goes up, I think Jaleb is way behind, possibly. If orange goes up, this can't be the 4 or the 6, and that would be huge. No, orange can't go up. Oh no, this could be a 5. So so here's the thing I'm looking at. If orange goes up, this cell sees a 4 and a 6, and it also sees an 8 and a 9, and so it could only be exactly a 5, which would be huge. I would love that, but I don't know yet. But that's very interesting, the way that it would see this 8-9 business. Okay. I'm just checking to see any of these things that can't grow. Like, could blue grow here? If blue grew here, that would presumably okay, beautiful, beautiful. D-Web has it. If orange grows up, oh no, not quite. If orange grows up, this becomes a 5, which is not a doubler. So if orange grows up, orange still needs a doubler, and so if orange grows up all the way to here. But I don't quite know. Let's see. We can sort of like try and count how many doublers we have in these rows and columns. We'd have to be really creative because we'd have to chase red up to row 4 in order to get its doubler, just by sort of like counting what rows have doublers already. But that's not immediately a problem. Let's see. So yeah, we've got 1, 2, and 3 are our remaining doublers, which seems potentially interesting. As far as I'm aware, this can just be the number 6. So I don't think there's any problem as things currently sit with this cell. Yeah, Carnival Cake takes 2 or 3. Agree. But worth repeating. Green up here is going to take 1, 2, or 3, of course. Yeah, so maybe I should just think thing by thing. And so red is also... Oh, no, red could be taking one of these. So yeah, maybe I should be sort of trying to map out what things take doublers. So Carnival Cake is taking one of the 1, 2, 3s. Green is taking one of the 1, 2, 3s. And then through this remaining cluster of things, I've got to get Carnival Cake, orange, red, and blue. 3 of them need doublers out of these cages, and then one of them is red. But I guess I already know about the Carnival Cake one and the yellow one. Those are already done. So it's just how are blue, orange, and red going to split up these doublers. I'm going to take a real quick break. I will be back in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. Sorry, I misascribed. I think I described this as carnival cake, which is of course silly. This is pink purple, or purpley pink, or whatever you prefer. This is the carnival cake color. This is a delightful puzzle, by the way, Jay. I am enjoying this quite a bit. I feel like now I'm probably supposed to actually think about these giant cages. Is probably a smart thing for me to think about. Let's see, row 8, column 3. By math. Okay, so oh boy, this is going to be unpleasant. So Garian says this is only from 4, 5, 6. So there's 4 possibilities. Double 9 and 2. So we have to go through all 4. So double 9 and 2 is 20. So that would make this a 4. Double 9 and 3 is 21. That doesn't work, actually. Double 9, 3 is not a valid option. Double 8 and 2 is 18. That would make this a 6. Double 8 and 3 is 21. That would make this a 5. So I agree with Garian's statement that this is only from 4, 5, or 6. I think it was less laughing and more dying. So this is a 4, 5, or 6, which is interesting because it's got this sort of 5, 7 business looking at it. It's got this 4, 6 business looking at it. So there's sort of a weird... and this double 4 would go with a 5, right? In this cage, no, that's not true. This is a 17 cage. Sorry, no, that's not right. Double 6 would go with a 5. So double 6 with a 5 would force this to be a 4. And over here, double 5 goes with an 8, making that thing. So yeah, so that being a 4, 5, 6 is very interesting, but I don't know that it immediately does things. Let's see. Yeah, I guess this cell is really, if I start actually attributing colors that things could be, this can only be pink, purple, or red. Just by sort of like geometry of where this thing actually sits. This can be orange or red. Let's see. Okay, so if orange goes up, remember the doubler in here is a 4 or a 6, so that would not be the doubler. So if orange goes up, this is Josh's point, the doubler is here. But what's the problem with that being the doubler for, say, red? It would have to be the doubler for red, but what's the problem with that being the doubler for red? Right. Okay, sorry. Some people are suggesting a really complicated way, but it's much simpler than I thought. If orange goes up here, then red can't get here. And purple already has a doubler. So nothing that could get here could be a doubler. So orange can't go up. Okay, got it. Okay, that is really clever. So the point here is that if orange goes up, this can't be a doubler because the doubler in this cage is a 4 or a 6, and this can't be a doubler now because it could only be pink purple, and pink purple already has a doubler over there. So orange, in fact, goes all the way down. Meaning that there's a 1, 2, or a 3 doubler down here, which means that this is never a doubler, although I guess I already knew that was never a doubler before. Now I know this isn't a doubler, because one of these two is a doubler, and one of these two is a doubler, and so I have a Joby wing on doublers. So this is not the 4 or the 6. This is the 5 or the 9. Right, this is the 5 or the 9, and this is a doubler that's a 4 or a 6. So it's not the 5 or the 9. Sorry, it's not the 5. What's wrong with you? Come on. One moment, my keypad is spazzing. Okay, why will it work there and not... There we go. Okay. So there we go. Okay. So now, what color is this cell now that it's a doubler? It's not the pink-purple doubler, because the pink-purple doubler's over there. And so the only thing it can possibly be is the red doubler. And so we can do that. Yeah, I don't know why my keypad is being weird, but whatever, it likes to do that. So we get to sort of come over like that. Oops. So that is the red doubler. And so now this cell can't be red. Oh, no, sorry. It could never be red. What on earth are we doing? That's a good question. So now what color is this doubler? And so now it can only be blue because nothing else can even get there. So therefore, these are all blue. Yeah, somehow I hit the solution button and it did not like it. Hey, Chef of Death, how are you doing? I hope the answer is well. We are having fun with this. So now, of course, these are all not part of a region. DWeb has it. Now we can do Sudoku, because now there's a 6 here already. So this is not the version of this with a 6. This is the version with a 4. And the sum is 17, so it's double 4 and 9. And so, therefore, this is double 6 and 5 in order to make that work. Therefore, this is a 4. And if this is a 4, then I need these two to sum to 20, which they can only do as double 9 and 2. And therefore, this is a double 8. These two need to sum to 8. And so if these two need to sum to 8, that means that this is a 3, a 6, or a 7. This seems to be an 8 and a 9. Tristan is having way too much fun with the knives. I'm slightly concerned. This 5 has looked up here. Oh, that 8 looks over here. Let me do that first. So that's a 7, and that's an 8. So the fact that there's no 8 in this cage should tell me what it is, because it can't be double 5 and 8 anymore. So it's got to be double 7 and 4. Sorry. So if this is double 7 and 4, this isn't a 7. So that's not a 1. Again, this is 2, 6, or 5, 3. The 7 here is doubled. That 7... Oh, right. These aren't 4, 7 anymore because they need a different doubler. So these are 5, 8 in order to make that work. This can't be that many digits anymore. It could be a 1. It can't be a 2, 3, 4, 5. It could be a 6. It can't be a 7, 8, or 9. So this is 1 or 6 is the punchline of all of that, I believe. So we have all of that. Let us see here. Oh yeah, Nicholas would like us to note that this pink-purple has gotten pushed left because of red coming left. That's true. This has become gray. There's a 6 in Carnival Cake over here, Garion points out, because this 6 looks into Carnival Cake and places a 6 over here, which means this is a 1. And spoiler, I'm not going to put a 13 in this cell, so Hunter needs to run all the way down in order to make this work. Sorry, this is not Hunter, sorry. Simon's Sweater needs to run all the way down. I feel I need to apologize deeply to Hunter for things that have happened in this stream. So purple / pink comes down. So these have become gray. So they can lose their X's. This can lose its X. So these sum to 13. They're not 3 and 10 or 4 and 9. So these are either 5 and 8 or 6 and 7. This digit's actually known. If I look at it, wait. Oh, no, sorry. It's not quite known, but it is known once I realize it's not a 3. Because in the column, I have 1 and 2. I have a 3 in the box, 4 in the column, 5, 7, 8, 9. This is a 6. And so because that's a 6, these aren't 6s. And so they're not 7s either. So these are 5 and 8. And so these are the other ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And so we know which of these is the 4. Sarah also saw that. So that's the 7. I think I can get rid of the X's once I have a region complete and have its circle. If I pay attention. So now that maybe does something, maybe. Possibly. Possibly not. It's possible it doesn't do anything. Let's see. I could probably ask questions like, can 9 really in pink, or can pink really get a 9 in this column? Because it would have to, if it went that way, maybe, possibly. Yeah, it would have to, but maybe it can. Let's see. Red's 4 has got to be over here somewhere. Let's see. These options I think are still okay. I think this is a 1, a 2, or a 5. For whatever that is worth. So if Hunter comes down like this is going to need to be 2, 4. Is that a problem? Because if this is 2, 4, that's going to be the 4. That's going to be the 2. This is going to be a 5 and a 3 just because of the 4 looking over and the fact that it's looking at the 1, 5. Oh, unless Hunter goes all the way over here and this becomes a 1, 2, 3 triple, which is, I guess, also possible. Oh, but the point is this can never be a 2. Because if this is a 2, then this is a 6, and I've broken every possible way of making this 6 cage work. Because if I put a 2 here and a 6 here, how am I making 6? Only as 1, 5, but it would be 1, 5 vertically, and it would work that way. So this is actually always a 5, and this is always a 3. That seems ideal. So this is either a 2 or a 6, I believe. Whatever cell is here, it definitely goes up. I can sort of color that in because the blue's going to push up whatever goes here, at least that far. So this is definitely a digit. I think this is always a 2 or a 6. And there's lots of digits left in the row, but this is either Do I know that it's not 1, 2, 3? Maybe I should. Maybe this could be technically a 1 if this is 1, 2, 3. Oh, it can't be 1, 2, 3 because the 3 is gone. Okay, so now this is only 1 or 2, I believe. Oh, the 3 could be yellow, right? So it could be 1, 2, 3. Never mind. This 3 does not need to be in Hunter. Right, the 3 could be yellow. Yeah, so I think this can still be a 1. This is a 1 or a 2, though, just for the column. Row 9, column 4 would have no fill? Like, all the way over here? I think DWeb did not... I think maybe DWeb meant row 4, column 9? Ah, row 4, column 9, right. Okay, so if Hunter does this, the problem is that this is also a 1 or a 2 to finish the column, but then this would be 1, 2, 3. That would not work. So yeah, so this is not a 1, 2, 3. Okay, so DWeb has an excellent proof that this is not 1, 2, 3, and hence this is not part of any region. So we have that. Okay, so we do have that now proven. Let's see, I'm going to write in what's left in this row in these cells. So, okay, I'm also going to write that these are from 2, 3, 6 because there's a 6 here and the doubler 2, 3 needs to be here. And so there's something that has to be up here. 2, 3, it's the 4. No, sorry, 5, 6, 7. It's the 8. There has to be an 8 up here, which is kind of boring, unfortunately. But if I write these in, these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that one's not a 7. So this one's always a 1, 2, or 3, apparently. These aren't 1, because there's a 1 in the box. So these are only from 2, 3, 7. Sorry, these aren't 7. 2, 3, 8. I did not fill that in very smartly. I think it's right now. But it wouldn't be shocking if it wasn't. So there's a 1, 2, or 3 down here for sure that is the doubler down here. This doesn't have that many things it can be, but I don't think it's 0 things it can be. Yes, okay, so DWeb has a clever argument about where 8 is in row 10, and so it's not down here by what we just said about the fact that this needs to be a 6 and a doubler. It's not here because there's already an 8 in orange, so therefore that's 8 and that's 5. I think the way DWeb wanted to see that was to note that because these are 2 sets of the digits 1 through 9, that these digits must be a set of the digits 1 through 9. Something like that. Yeah, Trevor's noting that there's a few more cells we can gray. So nothing is ever making it here anymore because the red and purple that could have grabbed it have gone down, and green can't get down that far, and yellow can't go that far. This is certainly gray as well, just to make that work. Let's see. looking to see if we knew anything about 8s in like these regions, but I don't think we quite do. It is of note that there is a Jovi wing on 4s, so that if red does go this way, one of these two is a 4, but I don't think that's as of yet a problem. Uh, uh, Nicholas, I think, is convinced that green can't do this. Uh, is it because I couldn't get to high enough if green did that? Because if green does take this cell, uh, then what's going to happen is that I'm going to be at maximum double 3 plus 6, 5, 4, 3. I mean, maybe the easier way to do it is to say that I would be 21 plus 3. I could only get to 24 in the. Oh no, because the 30K has more cells. Never mind. Sorry. Uh, sorry. No, I was incorrect. Uh, uh, but it is interesting that green can't get the 30 cage to 30 and on its own. So either yellow or something else needs to take some more cells in green, or sorry, in the 30 cage. Uh, if green does do this, this can only be a 1 or a 2, actually. Uh, but yeah, I think I believe Garion that if green takes no cells from the 30 cage, then all of these are untaken, and then we're obligated to get to 30 in these 3, and the highest number I can double is a 3. Uh, and even double 3, 9, and 8 is nowhere close. So green certainly doesn't take that cell. Uh, is a true statement. Uh, uh, it's true. There's also no doublers remaining in any of those. Yeah, so my remaining doublers are here, here, and in green. Uh, do I know that I don't put the doubled 3 in green here, Garion? Because it seems like I could put a doubled 3 there, unless I'm missing something. I agree that this 3 looks up like that in a way that seems useful. Uh, oh, right. Sorry, this digit is missing a green 3, so this is not the doubler. Got it. Okay, so yeah, the uh, so the green doubler is 1 or 2. Uh, because there is a green 3 in one of these two cells, is Garion's point. Down here, my doubler is 2 or 3. And down here, my doubler is 1, 2, or 3, I believe. Uh, Uh, let's see. Okay, so I'm looking at Selena's point. If blue comes over here, the blue 8 goes into this, and red comes over here. So we've got a 6-cell sum to 24 that has an 8 in it. And that doesn't work, is Selena's point, because 8 plus 15... Wait, no, 8 plus 15 is 23. Couldn't I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8? I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8 works, unfortunately. Uh, oh, is the point that actually it would need to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 exactly, and I have 6's gone in both of those? Uh, so yeah, so you wouldn't have... So this is an absolutely absurd point, but it's true. If blue goes this way, red goes this way, this is a 6-cell sum to 24 that contains an 8. The only such thing as 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8. However, the blue 6 and the red 6 are gone, so it does not work. So blue does not go left, blue goes right. Uh, uh, Horrible. Horrible. Uh, let's see. So the blue 8 is now definitely over here. And so that blue 8 sees this 8 and places an 8 here, meaning that this is not an 8. This is only a 2 or 3. Does that do anything else that helps me in my life? Uh, I mean, I presume it does. Uh, oh, I have a 2-3, a literal 2-3-6 triple. It's not even a virtual 2-3-6 triple. It just literally is a 2-3-6 triple. So if I fill in these cells, they're not 2, 3, or 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are the possibilities. This one is not a 7 or an 8 or a 5. So this is 1, 4, or 9. These are not 9 or 4 at the very least. So these can only be from 1, 5, 7, 8, which gives me a 1, 5, 7, 8 quadruple, if I did that right. Which means this isn't a 1. Which then means that what's left in Hunter is a 4-9 pair. If I did all of that correctly. And so the 7 in the column is also here. And so this digit could be a 1 or a 2. Can't be a 3 or a 4. Could be a 5. Can't be a 6, 7, or 8, or 9. So this digit can only be a 1, 2, or 5. I feel like this is likely to be the sort of thing that's going to do something once I know more. I guess the question... Oh, no, not quite. I was hoping I could ask questions about, like, how many cells red had to take in here, but I think there's enough sort of fluidity around it that I think I could get away with, like, yellow taking a couple and then red going either way. Sadly. Let's see. see. Should I fill in these? I'm down to filling in quintuples, which is horrible. We still need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and I know these aren't 5. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 6. This one I think can be literally any of those. Okay, let's see. Garian suggesting this is interesting. So it's not 1, 7, or 8. It's not 3 or 4. It's not 6. It's not 9 because of the pair looking down. So this is a 2 or a 5. Is kind of interesting, especially given that if this were a 2, it would force this to be a 5. I mean, I suppose I could fill these in if I really want, because they are just a quad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Except there's no 6s in here. That one's not a 5 either. And it is definitely true that one of these two has to be a 5. Because if neither of these is a 5, I don't have a place to put 5 in the row. And so now maybe that makes these interesting. Oh, not quite. It's not 8. That one's not 3 or 9 because of the 4-9 pair looking down. I feel we have begun circling the toilet on this one. It was all going so well before then. Right. One of these is a 9, is being pointed out, because this row needs a 9, and it has to be one of those. So these aren't 9, at least. So these are a 5, a 9, and whichever 2, 3 isn't there. If this isn't a 7, maybe I should fill in this cell now. So this... Oh, but I don't know lots of things about this cell, unfortunately, because I don't know if it's sharing that box or not. If yellow goes right, the 7 in this column is here, is one thing I can say, because this yellow already has a 7. But if Hunter goes left, then Hunter's 7 could be over here. In fact, Hunter's 7 would be over here in that instance. Okay, so DWeb wants us to think about math in the 30 cage. So what is the absolute maximum I can get out of green? So the digits 1 to 9 sum to 45. Take away 24, that's 21. But I could double a 2, so that's 23. But then I still need to leave one digit out, so that's 22. So the absolute maximum I can get out of green is 22 in this. So I need to get cells summing to at least 8 into my 30 cage from things that are not green. Now, can I get this to be a number? Can I get a number that's at least 8 here? I believe this could be a 9. And if this can be a 9, then I don't need a yellow cell in my 30 cage. It is true. Hunter, if Hunter goes left, it's also grabbing the 6 up here. Ah, yes, you said that. That's a good point. From Medhi. The 8 in red is in one of these two rows, which forms a Jovi wing with this, which means neither of these is 8. Which means this is an 8 for whatever that is worth. That might be helpful. Green's doubler cannot be 3 because Green's 3 is in this column, Nicholas. It's not at all obvious. We just happen to have done it before. So now, yeah, I guess that 9 and 2. Ah, right. The 9s in both of these two have to be in these rows as well, because the 9's not down here. So yeah, so that there are 2 9s between these two regions in these rows, so that's not a 9, that's a 4, and that's a 9. Uh, and the 4 is a doubler. Good point. Okay, so the 4 is a doubler. And I can get rid of these x's now that I have the doubler for this region. But that now tells me which of these is the doubler, because now one of these needed to be a doubler, and it's that one. And we should remember that this is a double 5 with an 8. And so this is no longer a 5. This is no longer a 5. That's now a 1-2 pair, which gives us a 7 and a 5, which gives us a 1 and a 5. For whatever that is worth. Okay, that seems like it was very helpful, I think. Hunter's doubler is always in this column, isn't it? Because Hunter can only possibly take... Oh, no, that's not true. Hunter could take a doubler there. Sorry, so Hunter's doubler is in one of these 3 cells. Oh, that cell's never Hunter's doubler. Oh, sorry, Hunter already has a doubler. Never mind, sorry. Man, I have been putting my foot in my mouth with Hunter all day long. Okay, I'm trying to see where D-Web's point was. Does that mean row 8, column 10 can't be 3? Ah, yep. If that is 3, that's going to create a problem. Because... And so the real way I suppose to think about this is that this 3 and the red 3 form a Jovi wing, ruling 3 out of these rows of pink-purple, meaning that there's a 3 in one of these cells in this row of pink-purple, meaning that that's always a 2. So those aren't 2, and that's going to do a lot, because now that means this is a 6, which means Hunter doesn't go down. And so that's a 3 and a 6. That 3 is the doubler down here. Okay, that was a great spot from D-Web. So no 3s to live over here anymore. Hunter certainly goes up now. This column needs a 4 and a 9, so this is a 4 or a 9. There's a 3 down here. Let's see, this isn't a 2 anymore. So the 1 and 3 in pink are in this row, because I still... Oh, no, sorry, that's not true. What's left in this row? 1, 3... 1, 3, and 7. Yeah, it's 1, 3, and 7. Uh, I'm being told the orange doubler we now know is a 1. Ah, because these are a 2, 5, 9 triple. That is what I missed. And so these are a 1, 3, 7 triple. One of them must be a doubler, and it's a 1. And so this is not the 1, because the 1 is a doubler. Got it, got it. Okay, so one of these is a doubler, and it's a 1. Which means the doubler up here is a 2. So that's not a 2. We can get rid of our doubler counter. Doesn't row 5, column 10 need to be a 2 by Jovi? I'm going to guess that's the actual intended column. Or row 5, column 9 is the intended one. Right. So yeah, so there's a 2 in each of these boxes in these rows, so that can't be a 2, so that's a 1 and that's a 2. Which gives us that this digit is a 1. This digit's not a 1 anymore. Ah, the 6 in this column has to be in here, is the point. Because this column doesn't have a 6 yet, and therefore it's not Hunter. So Hunter needs to run over this way, and these cells need to be yellow, in fact. Which means yellow does all kinds of that. It means these are gray. They don't need X's anymore. And so, yeah, one of these is a 2, 5, or 6. This is a triple of all the things that aren't there, of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so that's not a 7. That's not a 3. This isn't a 7 either because of the 4, 7 pair. So in fact, that's a 2. So that's a 3, and that's a 7. 3 looks over here and says this isn't a 3. Ah, yes. That okay. So I like Jay Dyer's way of looking at this. So if I highlight all the digits in here, that's 2 sets of the digits 1 through 9. I can make a third set of digits 1 through 9 in 2 ways. One of which is by taking the third set of those, and the other of which is by taking this row. However, both of those involve these same 6 cells, and because they involve the same 6 cells, that means these two are the same triple. That's very cool. I like that. This isn't a 1, by the way. This is a 2 or a 6. I'm okay with law of leftovers logic in Jay Dyer deconstructions because I don't really consider it. It's not really law. Like the law of leftovers in irregulars is just, oh, look, if I draw in rows 4, 5, and 7 and the S region and do all this sort of stuff, then woo, you get this elimination. And it's like, I really don't want to check all of that. In a Jay Dyer deconstruction, you only have a finite number of rows, columns, and boxes to check. And so usually it's exactly that kind of thing where it's like, oh, if I put these 2 rows and look at what's hanging out, then you can get something. Although I usually find a way to phrase it that's not that. Yeah, these can't... nothing can get to these cells anymore. Those are all gray. D-Web is pointing out. Oh yeah, certainly these are gray now as well. Yeah, that kind of logic I'm okay with. It does not, I don't find it distasteful. So green 1 somewhere in row 3. Ah, right. Row 3 is just missing a 1, so one of these two is a 1, so this is never a 1. Okay, and I do know the double digit here is a 2. Okay, so now we can do our math again. So the digits in green sum to 47. Minus 24 is 23. Minus at least 5 is 18. So the green digits in the 30 cage sum to at most 18. So I need digits summing to at least 12 to add to it, which means I need both of these. I cannot get to 12 in one because I have no more doublers left. Okay, so this being only a 5 or a 6 now is the key that's going to let us color these. Now, of course, once this is a color, it's yellow. And so yellow comes down like that, which is going to gray everything up here. Get rid of the X's that are living in the gray now. Okay, and these two sum to 12. These two sum to 12 purely honestly, for whatever that is worth. 12 or 13. They could sum to 13. Because I didn't prove that the sum is 12. I just proved it's at least 12, which is all I needed to know that there were two digits. Okay, so let us fill in that this is 2, 5, or 6. Let's see. They could be more than 13 if green doesn't do this. That's correct. Yeah. Garion is correct. We have not proven that green has to do a full somersault into the 30 cage. We are only sort of saying, like, at absolute maximum, what can green contribute to the 30 cage? Right, okay. So D-Web's point is one of these two is a 6. So there's no 6s in these cells. There's no 6s in these cells. And so therefore there is only 1 6 in all of these cells. However, if red went right, there would need to be 2 6s because that would be 2 full columns. So therefore red doesn't go right. And therefore red goes left. And as soon as red goes left, it pushes Carnival Cake left. Sorry, that's not Carnival Cake. That's Pink Purple. Colors have not gone my way today. And so... right, I know... No, I know where the green 3 is. The green 3 is over here. Because this column needs a 3, so the green 3 is over here. And therefore, where's the 3 in column 2? It's not in green. The 3 in column 2 can only go there. Is one thing that is useful to note. This row is missing only 1 and 7, it would seem. For whatever that is worth. So therefore, where are... Oh, no, never mind. Okay, that's an interesting point for Medhi. The 4 and the 8 are just bullied into here. So there is a 4 and an 8 inside this cage just by Sudoku, of all things. So that's not an 8 at the very least. So that places the 8, actually. Because of the digits not being able to repeat, that actually places an 8 there, which actually then places the 8 there. That's insane. Uh, so, uh, oh, and this can't be a 4 because there's a Jovi wing on 4s that I saw a long time ago that kept not doing anything, but now it finally does something. So that's the 4. Uh, so now these two sum to 12 without being 4 and 8. Uh, and so they could be 5 and 7, or they could be 3 and 9, I believe. And let's look at that. So, but this one can be neither 5 nor 7. So they're not 5 and 7. They are 3 and 9. So these are a 3-9 pair. Interestingly means this cell's not 3 or 9. So if I write in its possibilities, I can take out 9 and 4. So that, and 6, actually. This cell can only be 1 or 2 now. Oh, yellow already has a 3. That'll make this much easier than the weird Sudoku thing I'm doing. So yellow has a 3, so therefore we get to do that. Therefore we get to do that. And when I can do some DXing. Okay. This has become a 1, which has made it the doubler down here. Makes this a 3, entitles me to do some more DXing. So this has become a 2. Means neither of these is a 2. So those are a 5-6 pair. That makes that a 2, a 9, and a 5. The doubler in this box now is here. And that's a 7, so that's a 4. So that 4 looks down there, makes that a 6 and that a 4. This is a known digit if I just mark, because it's not 5 or 6, so it's a 1. So now, these digits, what are they? Okay, they're not 6. One of these two is definitely a 9. Just because the box needs a 9 and it's not going there. This row only has one digit left, and that digit is a 9. This is a 1, 6, or 7, I believe. In order to make that work. Let's see. One in column 2. Right. The 1 is... No, 1's not the doubler here. The green 1 is in row 3. Right. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay, so Garian's point is the green 1 is in row 3, and Garian wrote row 3, but then I read column 3 anyway. So therefore the green 1's not in either of these places, and so the 1 in this column must be here. So that's a 1, 7, and 6, making that a 1, making these not 1. And so I believe we can now fill in that the bet tree is a 7. So congratulations from Zach and I to all of the 7 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. We know this isn't a 2 because remember the sum of these two cells needed to be at least 12, and that would not be if that were a 2. So that's a 9 and that's a 2. Uh, so, so we can't now, okay. So green can't go this way anymore. Let's make this easy. I thought I was going to have to do math, but I don't have to do math. Uh, these three fours mean green can't go this way, or green would be fourless. So green does that, and then it goes down. Thank God. I was very afraid as to what I was about to have to do with regard to the 30 cage. Uh, I was legitimately very scared about the arithmetic I was about to have to do. Uh, so thank you for saving me for that from that. Uh, okay, so we know where the doubler is. The doubler is there, and it's a 2. Which completes our doublers, I believe. We know that this digit is a 4 or a 9, but it's not a 9. So this digit is a 4, making that a 9, and that a 4. These digits are... Oh, sorry, Hunter has been camouflaging the X's, as you would expect of a Hunter. These digits are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that one is a 3. That one is a 1. Okay, and so now we only have to do a little bit of math now to figure this out. So that is 4, 7, 15, and 24, meaning that this needs to be a 6 in order to make that work. And we got it! Nice puzzle. I enjoyed that a lot. Did not enjoy the 30 cage. I could have done without everything to do with the 30 cage. But aside from the 30 cage, I enjoyed the entire puzzle. But yeah, odd even would have it turned out sufficed if I'd have just realized that 5 and 6 were different parodies. I could have just done it as parody and it would have been a little better. Very cool puzzle. I greatly enjoyed that, and yeah, I mean, the 30 cage was very noisy in terms of the amount of space it took up. If I had just staunchly refused to think about the 30 cage, like I spent a lot of time thinking about the 30 cage because it looked like it was the next step, even though it was not the next step. What we needed was like a betting tree over here to tell us not to look at anything associated with green until the end of the puzzle. That would have been a good way of telegraphing, perhaps. But yeah, I agree that the 30 cage was not necessary for the logic, but it was hard to know that I was never going to get anything out of min-maxing the 30 cage. And at some point, we did actually have to do a little bit of min-maxing the 30 cage. But especially with the 7, 8, 9 eaten out of this, it made it look like the math was going to be relevant. And then it kept not quite being relevant. But fairly minor complaint. Overall, very awesome. And I feel like this is probably the best distribution of boxes in a Jay Dyer deconstruction I've seen. Of course, it's a little unfortunate that these two align, but I mean, in terms of overall sort of chaotic spread of boxes, which is what you hope for as a setter, we got a fairly chaotic spread of boxes here. So very impressive puzzle. I am going to take a quick break, and then we will come back and do some other sort of puzzle. So we will be back in just a moment. welcome back. Next up, we have this puzzle that I have been somewhat terrified of for a fairly long period, but that I am nevertheless sure is great because it's a cogito puzzle. So we're going to do this. There's also a Jay Dyer pencil puzzle that I'm somewhat terrified of. So we shall see. So in this puzzle, we need to do a tapa. And so, by the way, there's an example puzzle I'm going to pull up after we read through this. But that is a shading genre, so we need to shade some cells and unshade some cells. The shaded cells can't have a 2 by 2. Every shaded cell must contain a digit from 1 through 9, which may not repeat in any row or column, and unshaded cells are completely empty except for given clues. Numbers in a cell indicate the sums. Okay, so it's sums. That's why there's numbers. Sums of unbroken strings of unshaded cells. So let me pull up the example grid here. So in the example grid, which you can see, around this clue, we see there's one unbroken string of shaded cells. Here, you'll see there's two. If I only look at these 9 cells, around here, there's 2 unbroken strings of shaded cells. Here, around this cell, there's 3 unbroken strings of shaded cells. And so we have all of those sort of marked. So each of these clues is telling us something about how many strings of unshaded cells there are. And all of these are unshaded, I believe. Every clue... Yes, and every clue is fully clued. It does not say... Okay, someone find where in the rules it says that clued cells are unshaded, because I'm sure clued cells are unshaded, but I can't see it in scanning. So we, of course, have this whole cipher question mark business. So question marks always stand for a single-digit number. Double question marks stand for a double-digit number. And there is the usual no being a dick rule. That you are not allowed to have a double question mark where the first digit's a 0. That is not allowed. Nor are single question marks allowed to be zeros. That would also not work. The cipher business over here is that we have the digits 1 through 9 encoded. Note, none of them are 0, interestingly. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, J. Are 1 through 9. They each must be unique, and we have to determine them. Okay, so I am told that somewhere cells with clues cannot be shaded. There we go. Okay, so we get to start with a whole lot of green. It is the second sentence. There we go. So there we go. Try and highlight all of these. So those are all unshaded. And so automatically, and does anyone here who's done this have a bet tree? It sounds like Isabella maybe did this, but maybe Isabella did it in Penpa and does not sort of have a sense as to where a good bet tree would be. I can pick at random, but it will be very random. What you learn from this clue and every clue around the corner is that there are two contiguous groups of shaded cells. So those have to both be shaded. And a similar thing happens all around the grid. Something like here, maybe. Maybe one up, maybe like there, because it's not next to a clue. Now, all the shadeds connect, so these shadeds have to get out. Oh no, the B got shaded. I was like, how did I miss that one? There we go. Okay, there we go. So all of those get out. Now this needs 3 contiguous shaded groups, and so if I don't make these unshaded, I'm not going to get 3 different groups. And so this is our usual Tapa thing of I need 3 separate groups, and because these 2 are both gray, it's going to force those to be green and that to be gray. Now, again, the grays have to connect, so they're going to have to keep sneaking out. Exactly the same thing happens here, where I need those to be green and that to be gray, or I'm not going to get the thing. So we'll have those sneak out. And actually, the same thing happens in every other one of these corners. So we've got a lot of sort of similarity. That one has to get out. That one has to get out. These two have to get out. That one also has to get out. I don't know why I missed that one the first time. Okay, so we've got all of that. Now this one, I see that I have a single digit. I have two single digit strings. And so, oh, I was going to say, and therefore I can't have 4 consecutive shaded cells, but that's not true because I could repeat digits in that string. So I could do something like 1, 2, 3, 1, and that would be fine. So I was going to say something that was obviously incorrect. This one's going to be really interesting to make work given that that's shaded. Yeah, the only way this one's going to work now is like that, because I need 2 shaded cells to do this. And so in particular, if I make this unshaded, and I try and fit 2 groups of shaded cells, I don't have room for a single unshaded cell. So that's got to be shaded. And now, once I've done that, now if this is shaded, I don't have room, so that's unshaded. And now these are both shaded, because if either of them's unshaded, it's not going to work. And then these are a pair. I just don't know what it's a pair of. That has to get out up there in order to make that work. This now, oh, okay, so that's going to give us a lot of pencil marks. If this is green, this clue is wrong. So this is gray, and so the only way that works, and so we're going to get our first digit, is for these to be 1, 2, 3, and this to be 1, 2, because I need a single digit sum, and the absolute minimum I can make these sum to is 9. And so in particular, that is the 3, and we get to do our 3 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-boop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, 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 woohoo! Ba-doop, thank you, Zach. Thank you. So we've got all of that now happening. So we've got all of that. The thing DWeb wants me to do is to shade all of these, because these need to get out, which I agree is a very valid thing to do. And now, in order to make this clue work, once I realize that these grays... So the point is, if you haven't seen this before, the grays need to get out, and these greens block them in so much that I can't get out any way other than to go through here. So even if I don't know exactly what this part's going to look like, the grays are going to do that. And now this needs 2 clues, but the only way I'm going to get 2 clues is by doing that. Beautiful spot from JLib. That was fast. I have 9 gray cells in row 1. And gray cells contain the digits 1 through 9, and those digits do not repeat in rows or columns. And therefore, everything else is green. And now, in order to connect this, I need to do that. In order to connect this, I need to do that. Okay, so again, these are 1, 2, 3, and this is 1, 2, because of the fact that I need it to be the case that I get a single digit sum out of these 5 digits. And now these two need to sum to a single digit number for this clue, so they can only be 4 or 5. And now these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. And so no, sorry, I was going to say something that was wrong, as I am wont to do. That, of course, is the double-digit sum around here, so this has to be a single-digit sum, but what are you going to do? DWeb and JLib point out I can make exactly the same argument going down this column. These two need to have a single digit sum. It can only be 4 or 5. And so these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. And so therefore C and D are both from 6, 7, 8, 9. Is the point. Let's see. So we've got all of that. We only get 2 more shaded cells in this whole shebang. This cell can't possibly be shaded, because if it was shaded, I would have to add 2 numbers that were both 6, 7, 8, 9 to get a single digit. So this is always green. And now the grays have to get out, so that's always gray. And now, in order to make this work, this needs to be a 6 with a 1 and a 2. If I do anything else, I'm not getting a single digit clue. And in particular, that means that's green and that's gray. That has ruled 6 out of this, but has not really told me what is going on yet exactly. So we've got all of that going on. This is still not gotten out, actually, so that's also gray. So we have all of that. Nicholas with a very minor point. This can't be 9 because it would make these have a double-digit sum, and I already have my double-digit sum. So that's not a 9. Let us see. Row 6, column 4. So we get to sort of say if this was green, I couldn't finish it because I would need to go like that, right? So this is always gray. And now if this was gray, I couldn't finish it, so that's green. And now for my 2 remaining things, I need to gray both of those, or this is not going to get finished, is the thing. No digit is 0. Alakia. In the rules, we're not allowed to have a 0. This is green because we have to avoid a 2 by 2. And once we realize that we have to avoid a 2 by 2, these have to get out like this. So we get to do that. Let's see. This is going to need to be a double-digit sum, because one of these is only 1 long. And so this is going to be an 8 or a 9, regardless of how this works. I have a 1-2 pair in the column for whatever that is worth. Let's see. Oh, I think that's what JLib was trying to say. I mean, what JLib said, I just had done it before I read JLib's comment. Let us see now. I have all the grays in column 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, good spot. I will never, ever make that deduction on my own, so thank you, chat, very much for continuing to count how many there are. Now, that's very interesting because this needs to have only 2 contiguous groups of cells, so that's going to force all of those to be gray. So these are going to sum to question mark J, whatever that happens to be. These are definitely from 6, 7, 8, 9. And they're not 6, sorry, they're just from 7, 8, 9. Kajito in the house, the creator of this monster. Although at least you made the beginning of this 5-star 6-hour puzzle very gentle, which I appreciate. Row 3, column 6 only has 2 clues. 57 Thorns points out, which forces that to be gray. And now I need both of these to be green because I need a second double-digit clue here, so that forces both of these to be gray. This gray Z hasn't gotten out, so these are both gray. Let's see. That string... Yeah, I'm not quite sure yet what's going on with that. I keep really wanting to say the greens have to make it to the border, but this is not a cave puzzle. Let's see. row 3, column 5 is interesting. I am being told. Because I've used a 1 or 2 in the row. So these actually sum to a minimum of 1, 3, 4, which is 8. And so these need to be 1, 3, 4, and 1 there in order to make this a single-digit sum. That was a very good spot to ilm. And so that makes that a 2 and a 1. This not a 1, and this not a 2. So we've got all of that. These are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So E and F are certainly at least 4. So I'm nearly at having some sort of oople going on here. One of A and B is 4, 5. So nothing is 4, 5 except for E, F, and A, B. So because one of E and F is 4, 5, and one of A and B is 4, 5. So if I highlight everything other than E, F, and A, B, I can at least fill in that these are not 4, 5. And I can probably do better than that once I start paying more attention to other things that sort of are happening with the cipher. So let us look here. So I know like that cell's not 4, 5, for example, although that doesn't seem incredibly immediately useful. If row 10, column 4 was green, then you can't fill a second region around row 9, column 3. Right, because that's cute. Okay, so let me show you. This is the perfect Simon Sweater moment. If this is green, then Jaleb's point is if I try and put a second group of gray here, it doesn't work because the only way the gray can escape actually turns it into one gray. So this is always gray. That is very clever. Now, if this is gray, we have exactly the same problem, so that's green. Now, I do need a second group around this one. So I think... Actually, maybe I don't quite know yet. Oh, I have 9 gray in column 4 now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, I do. Another green, and that gets me another gray for free. That's now 7 in row 15 for whatever that is worth. This cell's always gray because... Sorry, this cell's... No, this cell's always gray, right? Because one of these two has to be gray for purposes of this clue, and if that one's gray, this one is gray as well. Just automatically. Yep. Jaleb saying the same thing. I don't think I can quite do the same thing here. I think I don't quite know exactly how that's all going to work. How many gray cells do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Of note, 1 and 2 are gone in this column, so I certainly can't do something like that. For whatever it's worth. Let us see. Right. This needs to be a 7, because once this became a 2, this is Jay Dyer's point. I did not believe I needed to have 9 gray cells in a column. I was just counting to see if I had 9 already. Jay Dyer points out if this was an 8, that would be a second double-digit sum. So this is, in fact, a 7. And so, in fact, one of C and D is 7. This, therefore, is not a 7. And these aren't 7 either. And everything that's not C and D, I can take 7 out of. And that includes A and B. So those are not 7. Uh, so I'm allowed 2x2s of green to Sean. I think it's only grays I'm not allowed to have 2x2s by. Unless I've missed a rule, which is possible. These are not 7 anymore. I've now got an 8-9 pair in this row. I think these could sum to a single-digit number to Josh. Josh was believing this had to be green, but I think those could sum to a single-digit number, and then I could also do this. So I think that is okay. Unless I'm missing something is wrong with that. I think that's a possibility. Okay, so this, I believe, if this is if this is gray, it's a minimum of 3. This is Emily's point. It's a minimum of 3. That would make this a double-digit sum, so that's not going to work. So that's green, and that's gray. Oh, I see the problem. Okay, so somehow in my brain, I was only summing these two. But that's not how this works, is what Josh is saying. If this is gray, I'm summing all of those and claiming that's a double-digit number. Sorry, claiming that's a single-digit number. These are a minimum of 6, so that would have to be a 3. But then this would also have to be a 3 in order for that to possibly work. Because this cell, these, I guess, sorry, here's the easier way to do that. In the world where this is gray, these two are minimum 3, 4. These two are minimum 1, 2. That's already 10. So that doesn't work. So that's always green. So this is always gray, because even if it's that's gray, this is still gray. Nicholas claims that I have all my green or all my grays in row 2, so therefore this gray gets out. Oh, and this gray also gets out. 2, 3, 2, 3. Nope, there's still room for another one in this row. And being told this digit is 9. Right, because there are 2 double-digit sums around this clue. Row 10, column 3 was gray because this needs 2 clues, Jay. And regardless of whether I make this gray or that gray, this always ends up gray. This clue needs a single-digit sum, which is that one, and 2 double-digit sums. So therefore, that's a 9. Is another point from Jay. So this is not 8 or 9. Okay. So row 5, column 3 is a 2. Right. That's the single-digit sum around this business. So now this needs to be a double-digit sum, and so that is a 2 and a 1 and a 1 and a 2. I guess as soon as this was a 6, I probably should have known that these were a 1-2 pair. Oh, I did know that. I just didn't know their order. Never mind. So these digits are not 1 or 2, and yet the 2 of them sum to a single-digit number. So the most that these can be is 6. So these are from 3, 4, 5, 6 in total. And so A and B can only be from 3, 4, 5, 6. They cannot be 8 or 9, just because of that there. Uh, the let's see. People seeing lots of things. This can't be 9 or 8 because they would sum to a double-digit number. So that's only 5 or 6. This can't be 9 for sure because whatever this is, it would sum to a... In fact, this number is at least 3, actually. And so because this number is at least 3, this number is at most 6. So this is only a 5 or a 6. So E and F are actually only from 4, 5, 6. They're not 8 or 9 either. And so therefore, actually, that's a 3, 4, 5, 6 quadruple. So therefore, C and D aren't 6, and neither are G, H, or J. And one of A and B is 3. And in fact, whichever of A and B is 3, that tells me this digit's a 3, because I need to put a 3 in one of these, and that's got to be that one. And so C and D are not 6 anymore, so that's not a 6. So that's an 8 or a 9. Right. This is one of the 4 5s. This is the other 4 5 is Garian's point. So therefore, this can't be 5. This is always, therefore, 6. So one of E and F is 6. And therefore, A and B are not 6. This is a good combo with the Cipher, by the way, because of the fact that you know something about, like, one of these, but not both, but you don't know which one immediately, so it leads itself to more sort of natural mystery. This can only be a 3 now, because it needs to be a single-digit sum. Coming around here. Let's see. So we've got a lot of progress all of a sudden. Now, these are G and H. And so G and H are only known to be 1, 2, 3, 8, or 9. Well, actually, neither of these cells can be a 3. So G and H are not 3. Oh, sorry. I already knew they weren't 3 because I know one of A and B is 3, dagdammit. I just didn't update my pencil marks very smartly. So these are from 1, 2, 8, 9. But if you look at it, neither of these can be a 9 for sure, because that would lead to a double-digit sum. So these are only from 1 to 8. So G and H are not 9. And 8 would require a 1, but I think that's okay. At least as I currently see things. It would be nice if these were a 1-2 pair, of course, but who knows. Let's see. Row 7, column 5 is gray, I am being told. Because this thing needs 2 double-digit sums, and it's not going to get one. Otherwise, I have to avoid a 2 by 2 here. This giant gray blob is disconnected, so it needs to come out. I need to avoid a 2 by 2 again. So we've got all of that happening. Get these sum to question mark J. Very helpful. This is green. It's a little weird, but I might be able to make it work. G is 1, 2, or 8. If this is gray, G... Oh, no, the G could be over there. Row 4, column 7, I'm told had better be 2. I'm looking for the... I'm looking for which single-digit clue I'm even looking at. Is it this one? It's this one, I think. This needs to be a single-digit clue. And so the minimum of this is 4. So this is a 4, 5, or 6. But the minimum of these is 5. because 1 is gone. So, in fact, actually, these are a 2, 3, and that's a 4, and that's the 3, and that's the 2, and that's the 1, and the 3, and the 2. That is what Garion was pointing out. Thank you, Garion. So this now is going towards a single-digit total. So this has to be green, or this is not going to be a single-digit total. And it's a single-digit total of C. So this I know is in fact 4, 5, or 6, depending on which of these things C is. The gray has to get out, so that is gray. Assuredly now this is, no, this is not yet enough. Right, it's not known to be C. It could be C or question mark. This is still a 4, 5, or 6, though. Regardless of that. So now this single-digit clue has got to be a 4, 5, because it's summing these two and they can't be 1, 2, 3. So this digit's now a 7, 8, or a 9, because it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, or 6. Let's see. Row 4, column 5. I don't quite... Oh. Right, all right. This clue needs to be double... No, this clue's going to be double digits regardless. This clue is going to be double digits regardless. Yeah, I oh, maybe that was all that they wanted to be filled in, was the 4 and the 5. If this is gray, it's a 7, 8, or a 9, which would sum to a double-digit number with these two, so that's not going to work. So this is not gray. It is, in fact, green, which this giant... Oh, no, the giant gray cluster doesn't have to connect through here. Never mind, this does not have to be gray, because the giant gray cluster is actually already connected down to there. So we've got all of that. So this is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is an 8 or a 9. It's not connected, but it can connect either there or there. Oh, no, they're not connected. These aren't connected. That's a good point. This gray and this gray, I kept seeing them as being connected, but they're not. So that is gray, is the point that Ilm is making. Selena would like some red circles around row 4, column 4, and row 6, column 6. There you go. So let us have a look around. What else is happening? Let's see. This is using X's for clues that have expired their usefulness is a good idea, I think. It's being pointed out that actually that was the desired cell. Let's see. I'm trying to decide what is interesting about this. So this needs to be a double-digit sum is the point. So this needs to be a minimum of 6 in order to get this to be a double-digit sum like it's supposed to be off of this clue. Actually, no, 6 would do it if J was 1. What is J? Right, this has got to be the double-digit sum that ends in J. So it's not ending in 8 or 9. So J can only be 1 or 2 is the point. And so 9 is too big. 8 is not too big. So this is only a 6, 7, or an 8. Okay, so which clues have truly exhausted their usefulness? That one definitely has. This 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 one definitely has. Uh, this one I think has. This one I think has. Uh, just in terms of clues that I can't possibly ever get anything more out of. Uh, being told row 1, column 2 is 9. CD is now a 7-9 pair. I don't see what you're seeing yet. I'm sure it's somewhere, but I don't see where it is. And there's a lot of grid. Oh, the point is this is a 128 triple. Right, this is a 128 triple. That's what's being stated. Okay, got it. That is what I did not see that people are talking about a triple. So C and D are a 7-9 pair, and therefore that's a 9. Agree. These digits have a few. Actually, these are. No, sorry, these aren't really restricted. That's a good spot. Ones look at all three of these. This is Lakia's point. So therefore, in order to stick to a single digit sum, they have to be 2, 3, 4, which forces them to be 4, 3, 2 in that order. And now I certainly can't make this gray, because if I make this gray, I'd have to do 4, 3, 2 again, but I can't because all of 4, 3, and 2 are gone in this column. So now that's green. In fact, if I sort of just write in the candidates for these cells, this one is a minimum of 4. So this one is a maximum of 5. So this can only be 3, 4, or 5 just to keep this sum to a single digit. Yes, Sven is trying very hard to be useful in the cipher. Okay, so these are a minimum of 7. So if I make this gray, it's got to be really small. But I don't think there's a problem with that yet. Okay, this is a minimum of 4, and this is a minimum of 3. So these can't be much more than their minimum. So these only have 1 degree of freedom above their minimum. So this is a minimum of 4. It can actually be 4 or 5. This is a minimum of 3. It can actually be 3 or 4. But that actually gives me a 3, 4 pair in the column, which makes that a 5, which makes this actually a 4 by force, because these needed to be a single digit sum. That 4 comes down there, makes that a 5, that a 4, that a 5. So now A and B are a 3, 5 pair. This is not a 4, and that's not a 4. Those are a 3, 5 pair. So therefore, E and F are a 4, 6 pair, which makes that a 4, and that a 5. That 6 looked up and made that a 7, makes neither of these 7. So I think now I can X these ones where I know that A and B are 3 and 5. I know that E and F are 4 and 6. I know that C and D are 7 and 9. I don't know what G and H are yet. Okay. E is 4 or 6. Is interesting. Row 11, column 4 has to be 6. Right, these two sum to a single digit number by that clue, and this can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So this has to be 6 and 3, with that being green. Good spot to Emily there in order to make this clue not break. And so that is going to make that a 4 and a 3 and an 8 and a 6. Sort of chasing around here. Let me Sven in these cells as 7 and 9. Sven in this cell as well. Oh, Selena points out this gray blob has gotten trapped in the corner, so it's going to have to get out over to here. And even if it goes up, it's still going to have to get out over here in order to make that work. Now, G and F. So can this be a 2-cell sum to 6? No. Okay. So I think this is not going to be able to be gray, because if this is gray, I need to make G or F in 3 cells, and I don't think I can make G or F in 3 cells. Because if I try and make 4 in 3 cells, that's obviously a losing proposition. If I try and make 6 in 3 cells, it would have to be as 1, 2, 3. But if these are 1, 2, 3, that's a 1, that's a 3. Oh, that's a 2. That works annoyingly. Never mind, it's possible. At least if I don't zoom out at all. So my attempt to prove that it's not possible failed, because there is a way that it works. But I noticed that both ways of making 8 are gone because of the 4 and 5 there. Actually, maybe I should ask what I can make in 2. I guess I can make 4 and 2 if I do it as 3 and 1. I can't make 6 and 2. I guess I could make 8 and 2 as well, so maybe there's still a little bit of optionality, but this seems to be under a lot of pressure. This digit is a minimum of 4. And this digit, if it's not a 1, it's a 5. So this can only be 1 or 5. This one can be as high as 8, though, although it can't actually be 8 or 9. Oh, we could make 8 and 4. That's true. I wasn't even thinking about the 8 and 4 possibility, but Josh is absolutely right. We could make 8 and 4. If this gray connects through here, it has the consequence that G is 8. So this gray is either connecting through here or through here. If it connects through here, neither G nor F is allowed to be as small as 1 or 2. It would immediately force G to be 8, which is interesting. Row 5, column 6. Ah, yes. Row 5, column 6. This needs to be a double-digit sum. That being a 1 won't get it to a double-digit sum, is Ilm's point, because this would need to be a 9, and it can't be because of the row. So this is a 5, and therefore that's a 4. Wait, no. Yes, and therefore that's a 4, right? And so that is not a 4. And this is a 6 or a 7. In order to make that work. I don't know why in my brain... I thought this was the GF clue from down below. So this is certainly not the G clue, and certainly that's green, or we're going to overflow our allotment of single-digit number. And therefore this does come out through here, and does escape through here. And if it does escape through there, by previous note, that means that G is 8, because one of these sums is G, and it's not 1 or 2. So G is 8 is our first official number. I'm just going to center mark that just so that Sven likes it a little bit better. So therefore, H and J are a 1-2 pair. So one of these two is in fact 8. And so one of these two is in fact 1. And so this is never a 1 for whatever ridiculous use that sort of deduction can be. I assume it will be useful at a later date and time. So one of these is summing to 8. I don't think I know which one yet. Okay. G is 8. Okay, well, this has got to be green because there's only 2 contiguous groups of gray, and there's already 2 contiguous groups of gray. So this is green just by the number of these things that exist in this cell. This number, Selena points out, is not 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's at least a 5. So this is from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And therefore this number, and it's certainly not a 9. Therefore this number has to be a 1, because it's not 2, 3, 4, or 5. So this has to be a 1 in order to not overflow. And now I will definitely overflow if I run around here. So this is therefore green. These are both gray. Great spot to Selena. So now these two need to sum to G, so this is a 7, because those two do not sum to G, and therefore these two must sum to G, and G is 8, so that's a 7. Let's see. Okay, so now these need to sum. Okay, these can no longer sum to G. Remember, these sum to G or F, so therefore these sum to F, and therefore F is in fact 6 in order to make that work, and E is 4. That 5 looks up, making that a 4 and a 5, making that a 7, apparently. I probably should actually write these in center mode as well, just to avoid any sort of svenning. Did I just use... that's the cryptic 6? Dagnammit, okay. We'll do it right. Okay, so we just set G is... Sorry, we just said F is 6. E is 4. Okay. That 5 still looks up, though, so that's a 4 and that's a 5. Let's see. And so these two, or 3, or 4, need to sum to G. And so as noted, I cannot do a 3-cell sum to G. Could I do a 4-cell sum to G? If I wanted to do a 4-cell sum to G, these would need to be 1, 2, 3, with that being a 2. Does that work? No, because this can't be 1, 2, or 3 anymore. So this can't be a 4-cell sum to G, and therefore it is a 2-cell sum to G. Can't be a 3-digit sum to G. Oh, maybe it could be a 3-digit sum to G in that direction. Sorry, I know this is green. Maybe it could be that 3-digit sum to G. I have not disproved that possibility. But that means this gray has to get out through here at least. And now that means that's green because this is only a double clue. Oh, this column has 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 gone. Oh, no, not 3, sorry. 1, 2, 4, and 5. So if this is gray... if this is gray, these would need to be a 3, 6 pair, but neither of them can be 6. So this is not gray, it's green. in order that this stay at a single-digit clue. This gray still has to get out, so it comes over there. Have I gotten to my magic number anywhere else? Not quite. Well, I know one of these is gray. Okay, so this digit is a minimum of 3. So I could do something like 314 is my sort of possibility that I could do if that's shaded. Uh, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's only 7 digits. Okay, this clue is used. This clue is used. This clue is used. This clue is used. E is 4 is interesting, so I need to have a sum to 4, or just a single 4 living around here. It's interesting. So if there's a single 4, it's there. Otherwise, there's a 1, 3. Oh, it could... No, it can't be a 2, 2. Oh, it could be a 1, 2, 1, though, maybe. No, there's not enough space for a 1, 2, 1. There's too many 1s looking down on it. 1, 3, not there. So I think the 1, 3 would have to read across here in order for that to work. If it's going to be a 2-cell... Oh, this just can't be gray. If this is gray, we break the ability to make a 4-sum. Because if that's gray, this becomes green, and so this becomes gray. And now, now I am obligated, in order to make this clue work, to make this green and that gray. But now this digit is a 4, or these 3 sum to 4, and both are horribly broken. So that's always green. And so my gray sneaks out like that. Okay, I am in no way making a sum to 4 over here, because 1, 3, and 4 are all gone. So therefore, this is a single-digit sum to 4, which makes that digit a 4. And so that ruling 4 out of cells, does that do anything? Maybe not. There were some cells I was concerned about their ability to be 4 before, but I don't think this actually looks at any of them, unfortunately. We have all grays in row 15. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, we do. Excellent, excellent. That is all 9. Thank you. I will never see it in a million years. I've tried to see it many times, but I have yet to actually do so. So that gray sort of sneaks out. That gray sneaks out. So we've got all of that. This is a 3-cell single-digit sum. So these digits are at most 5. I'm going to go ahead and fill that in, as weird as it is. And these aren't 4 or 5, because 4s and 5s look at them. This one's not 3, because 3 looks at it. This could also be gray, I fear. As best I can tell. This digit's now a minimum of 6. No, it could still be a 3. Dagnammit. If this was a 3, I would need these two to add to 5. That doesn't work. So, okay, so 57... sorry, Emily is telling me that this cell can't be gray anymore, which involves arguing that these 3 cells can't add to 8. If this cell's not 3, it's at least 6, in which case those two definitely don't add to 8. So it would be 3, and I would need these two to add to 5, but the point of that 4 is it ruled out both ways to make a 2-cell sum to 5. So therefore, this is green, and we do have a 2-cell sum to 8, which will either be 1, 7, 2, 6, and it's not 3, 5. This is never the 1 or the 2, so this always is the 1 or the 2. That's a 6-7 pair in the column out of nowhere. So we can sven in these digits and note that they're now not 6 or 7. So they are from 3, 8, or 9, and then I scan quickly to see if any of the 9s are in a place where it would be untoward to have a 9. Not immediately that I see, although probably in the right context, one of those clues will be useful, maybe. Now 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5 are going in this column, so that can't be gray, because if that was gray, now this would be too big, so that's green, and I can't make this gray or I'd have a second sum, and therefore that is gray, because this gray has to connect. That is gray, because this gray has to connect. So these I should fill in are from 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not a 6, and that's not a 6. That gives me a 7, 8, 9 triple, which means this isn't 8. But G is 8, and so therefore that is 8, and that is 1, in order to make this single-digit sum tick. And so that's not 1 for whatever limited use that is worth. These cells are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because they're... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, because they're not 6, 7, 8, or 9. But if I then actually look at it, this one's not 3, 4, or 5. This one's not 3 or 5. That's a 1, 2 pair in this column. So this is not 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So this is 6, 7, 8, or 9, and it's not 8. 9 grays in column 8, says Sarah. 1, 2, 5. Yep, that sure is. Beautiful. Thank you, Sarah. So that's going to give us a lot more gray. Yeah, this blob has not actually connected yet, despite my previous claims to the contrary. Now this has to be gray, because if this is green, I cut off this whole umbilicus. So that is always gray. Now, is it really possible that this is gray? No, because if this is gray, I could not have two separate groups. So that's always green. Let's see, now this is automatic now. Because of that. If this is gray, this is Josh's point. If this is gray, then that's green, and now this whole piece is kaput. So in fact, this is green and that's gray. Oh, this has got to be gray, because otherwise this green has become sealed in. And that's got to be gray, because otherwise this has become sealed in. And now these are obligated to be a 4-5 pair, so as not to break that clue, which means that this is green. Which means the bet tree is in fact a digit today. That is gray. To continue getting out. So this cell is a 7, 8, or 9. And it's not an 8, it's a 7 or a 9. It actually gives me a weird 7-9 pair in this column. Oh, it needs to continue getting out is a good point, because that dead end is not going to get it out. Selena points out. Yeah, it still has not actually gotten out. Just a little out. J is 1 or 2, so one of these cells is green in order to make that work. Is one of these unable to be 1 or 2? This is going to have a hard time being 1 or 2, but I don't think I know for sure that it is not 1 or 2. Oh, H and J are a 1-2 pair. I don't know how I missed that. Yeah, so H and J are a 1-2 pair, and so these are a 1-2 pair. And so that gives me a 1, 2, 3 triple in this column, which means this isn't 1 or 2, it's 4 or 5, in order to keep this at a single digit total. So what else do we see? So this is not 1, 2, or 3, but I already knew that. Actually, let me just fill in this quad with Sven. 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. Sarah points out that row 15 has a 1, 2 pair. Ah, yes, excellent, excellent. Thank you, Sarah. So these are a 1, 2 pair, which makes that a 4, which makes that a 5, which means these have to be a 2 and a 1. Wait, no, that's not true. Which does mean this has to be a 1, though. So that has to be a 2, and that has to be a 3. Sorry, I got there eventually, in order to make that have a single-digit sum. So that is no longer able to be a 5. Let's see. The second two-digit sum around row 10, column 3. Sorry, row 10, column 13. Right. Okay, yeah. So this is Yabervun's point. I need a 2-cell gray sum that's separate from this one, so it's going to force that whole thing. And now this is going to have to get out, because if this was green, I would have buried this whole piece of gray at the bottom, so the gray is going to have to escape through there. And now I actually saw it. I have all 9 cells in gray in column 15. And therefore gray gets out here. This gray still, I think, needs to get out. Yes, this gray still needs to get out. In order to make that work. There's a 2x2 here to avoid, Jay Dyer points out. This gray needs to get out, now that we have done that, and it needs to keep getting out. Okay. I'm being told this is a 1. It is, because this is an HJ pair, and so this is a 1. And now that clue is done, Jay Dyer points out. Avoid a 2x2 here, Josh points out. Now, now I don't know which of these it gets out through yet. I do need to make sure I leave room for my single-digit clue here. But I could just get away with that, I believe. Okay. This needs 2 clues. And that can't be gray, because if that were gray, I'd already have a double-digit sum. So that is the other gray. This I know is at least 6. And it's not 7. And so, and it's not 9 either. And it's not 8, actually. This just is 6, because this is not 1. So this can only be 2 or 3 in order to make that work. That's not a 6. That's a 7-8 pair, so these aren't 7 or 8. Those are a 5-6 pair. Row 12, column 9 can't take another gray. Because if I do, yeah, then these sum to a minimum of 8, which is too many. So now that is green, and that, oops, sorry. Now that is green, and that is gray. Beautiful. Okay, and in fact, this had better be a 2, right? If this is not a 2, then those definitely don't sum to a single-digit number. Uh, these two need to sum to a single-digit number. This one's at least 5, so this one's at most 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. And it's not 6 or 7. And so this one is from 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not a 2. Just to make that be a single-digit sum. Right. Now this piece is almost buried. It just needs to get out like that. This can't escape around there, because if this escapes around here, it breaks this clue, so it always escapes that way. Because this needs to connect either around that way or around that way, and it doesn't connect around that way, so it connects around that way, which makes that green. Column 12 has all of its grays now, I am being told. Excellent. This now needs to be gray, and that's going to bring that along with it in the grayitude because of connectivity. And now this whole mass of gray does still need to connect. And so actually it's going to just have to connect up like that. Hopefully that's not too many cells. Because if it's too many cells, I don't know what to tell you. And so we've got all of that. Let's see. Column 12 has all of its grays. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, so it does. Good. Okay. So let's fill in some sphenings. So let's make 9. Let's fill in some sphenings over here. How about here? Well, that was a miss. Column 12 needs a 4 because it's got all of its digits, and Sarah points out it can't go there because there's a 4-5 pair, so indeed that's always a 4. Brutal. I have a 7-9 pair in the last column, so that's a 2. This is not a 7 or a 9. This is not a 2, 7, or 9. That was Isabella's point. Thank you, Isabella. That 2 has made that a 1 over here. Just made that a 2. Just made that a 1. Row 9, column 14. Right. Because these two need to have a double-digit sum. And so this digit needs to be huge. It needs to be at least a 7. So this is always a 7, 8, or 9. Let's see. Row 15, column 14 makes H a 1. Does make H a 1, right. So this being a 1 now, Nicholas is pointing out, has resolved that H is 1 and J is 2. C is 9 by row 4, column 9, I am being told. Right. These can't sum to 7 anymore, and that's definitely not C. So the only way that I get my C clue here is to do 3 plus 6, which makes C 9 and D 7. Very good spot from J40 there. And if C is 9, that means this is a 6. So that is not a 6. That is not a 6. This is probably a 5, 8, or a 9. Apparently it's only a 9. It's just a naked single. Just doing naked single things. So this is not an 8 or a 9. Let's see. These I might as well fill in as well. Not immediately as useful as the one random naked single, but what can you do? This is certainly 6, 7, 8, or 9. Just by the row. I'm being told row 8 has an 8, 9 pair. Sure does, which gives me an 8, 9 pair in this column, which does not appear to be useful. Is the whole point of this puzzle that this is a naked single nothing? Is that the joke? Question mark J clue in row 4, column 4. Right. So J we now know to be 2, and so this needs to end in 2, and so it's got to be 12, and so that has to be a 7. Thank you, Il. So that is not a 7. That gives us a... Oh, it's not a 6, 9 pair. It just looked like it was going to be a 6, 9 pair. Let's see. We can color up these. I doubt it will be pleasant. We can look at... We need to make sure this gets to a double-digit total. We've got to be very careful about that. Oh, now we have this question mark J clue, points out Josh. So this question mark J clue, I need to get to, well, that's 9. So I need to get to probably 21. No, sorry, 22. I'm not going to get to 32. So, so 22 minus 9 is 13. So I need these to be 6 and 7, is Josh's point. And so therefore that's a 9, and that is a 3, and that's a 9, and that's an 8, and a 7, and a 6, and a 9, and an 8, and a 5, and an 8. These aren't 6 anymore. That's now a 4, and a 5. This is not an 8 anymore. That's not a 4 anymore. Let's see. I will re-sven these boxes. So that seems to have broken it horribly. I will not do that. I thought that would just eliminate the pencil marks that that I had. I'm just going to redo them like that, since they are a little better now. Let's see now. I need to make sure that's a single digit total. That's good. There's a G clue in row 9, column 6. Says Emily. So G is 8. So these need to sum to 8. So therefore that's a 7. So that's a 6. These two can certainly be svened now. These can be svened now. And now we look for ooples or random clues. These are circled, but we've used them now, so they can be X'd. Let's see. Do I have any other X clues? This one, I need to make sure this sticks at a single-digit clue. So this is never a 9, for example. Could be an 8. I think that's okay. This needs to stay at a single digit. That's fine. Okay, so this is always okay. This is done for sure. I need one of these to be a 7, which is probably going to do something with something. But don't necessarily want to chase it just yet. That's a 7, 8, 9. That's going to give me my 7, 8, 9 triple in this column, which is going to remove 7, giving me the 1, 3 pair here, which gives me a 7 here, which gives me a 9 here. which tells me that this digit is not 8 or 9 anymore. That digit's not 7 or 9. That digit's not 7. So it is only allowed to be 2 or 3. So Isabella thinks we can look at the row 8, column 9 clue now. So this needs to be question mark F. So this needs to end in 6. So currently, those sum to 16. So these need to sum to 10 or 20, probably only 10. And so the only way they can sum to 10 is as 8 and 2. Very good spot to Isabella. So that's a 9. It's a 3 and a 1, a 2 and a 5, and a 1 and a 9 and an 8 and a 7 and an 8. And a 3. A 7 and a 3. The end of this sort of cipher puzzle always has this sort of weird feeling where it's like all of these sort of weird clues come into play that you're like, oh, this clue is there for nothing except to disambiguate this like one little bit at the end. So all the time I spent looking at it was just a waste of my soul. Because suddenly the clues are like, oh, it's just to do that, and it's just to do that. It's sort of an interesting and odd feeling that you don't get at the end of a Sudoku puzzle, but you get at the end of just about every sort of like Japanese sum style puzzle, which this is like a weird Japanese sums puzzle. I need to disambiguate what A and B are at some point, presumably. So there's got to be a clue that does that. It's this question mark A clue that's going to do that. So these sum to 7, and I need to get to either 13 or 15. If I tried to get to 15, I would need this to be in... Oh, no, it's these two. So these sum to 7, and so I would need these to add to either 6 or to 8. I guess that's actually less forcing. I could force it if I tried really hard. So can these really sum to 8? Yes, as 5 and 3. Can these really sum to 6? Yes, as 4 and 2 is the answer. So let's see, what else have we used? We have used this one. We have now made our full use of that one. We've made our full use of that one. Let's see. This has an E and a question mark. Yes, we've made our full use of that one. G and F, we've made our full use of that one, I believe. We've made our full use of that one, full use of that one. Can remove 8. So if this is 8, so people want me to look at, if this is 8, then these would sum to 15, and I would need this to be at least an 8, which does not work. So that's never an 8, which gives me a 4-5 pair in the column, which gives me a 6 and a 5, which gives me a 4 and a 5, which gives me a 4. And now that does something interesting, because now these currently sum to 11, and I need to get to either 13 or 15, and I can't get to 15 anymore. So this has to be a 2, and A is in fact 3, and B is therefore 5. I can get rid of my corner marked 3s that have been there for too long. So therefore that's a 3. That is not a 6, so that gives me a... Oh, I have a 7-9 pair, which has made that an 8, which has made that a 6. So H is 1, so currently this sum does not end in 1, so therefore this must be gray. I saw that because all of these were even, and if you add a bunch of even numbers together, it doesn't end in 1. Therefore, this is a 7 to make that work. So it did not, in fact, turn out to be a naked single nothing. That being a 3 has made this unable to be an 8, because that would be 11, so that's a 6. Let's see. And so now probably we have to fill in the betting tree. So the betting tree is a 9. So congratulations to all the 9 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. So therefore this is a 7, and that's a 9, and that's a 7, and that's a 9, and that might be it. Looks to be it to me. I don't think solution check is in, unless maybe in order to trigger solution check, I have to fill in 3, 5, 9, 7, 4, 6. Not there. 6, 8, 1, 2. Nope, still didn't. But I believe we got this right anyway. So very excellent puzzle. Not as I've been intimidated by this one. This one was not as messy as I expected. Oh, this is only 4 stars. Somehow I thought this was 5 stars. But yeah, that felt very smooth from start to finish. Lots of neat stuff in here. Alrighty, well, I'm going to take a break to stretch a bit, and I'll be back with another puzzle. So see everyone shortly. Welcome back, everyone. Today's stream is going to be an extra long stream, I suspect, because I saw this puzzle and wanted to do it. But in wanting to do this puzzle, I am acknowledging that I am not going to finish the stream in 50 minutes unless I am, well, it's technically possible, but I think the odds are very low. We'll put it that way. So this is a pencil puzzle. I'm going to get rid of the row and column labels, provided that I can find where that is. This is a pencil puzzle by Jay Dyer that has some like elements of the sort of the cipher and some elements of various other things. So it has some elements of cipher, some elements of loop drawing, some elements of shading, so some elements of Japanese sums, so all sorts of good stuff. There's an example that we can look at after we read the rules. So we need to shade some cells and enter digits 1 through 9 in the shaded cells so that each orthogonally connected shaded region contains the digits 1 through n once each, where n is the size of the region. Oh, okay, so math pesto style. Are we told that digits can't repeat in rows or columns? That does not appear to be there. Am I meant to assume that? I might be meant to assume that, or it might be coming later. Clues next to a row or column give the sum of digits in the contiguous blocks of shaded cells in that row or column in order.
It says digits may not repeat in a row or column.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. It is there. Clues next to a row or column give the sum of digits in the contiguous block of shaded cells in that row or column in order. So typical Japanese sums rules. The clues are ciphered. Each letter corresponds to a different digit from 0 to 9. And a question mark may be a digit, but the leading digit of a clue can never be 0. Asterisks may represent any non-zero sum, and ... may represent any number of sums, including none. So the ... is, I think, the super evil one. And we also must draw a single loop with no branches or crossings. Through the centers of some cells, the loop visits every shaded region exactly once. And if a cell on a straight edge of the loop, this includes the edges and corners, is in a shaded region, the size of that region equals the number of cells on that edge. I cannot parse that sentence at all. So let's try and look at the example puzzle and see if I can figure out what it's saying. Sorry, I'm trying to find that sentence now. If a cell on a straight edge of the loop, this includes the edges and the corners, is in a shaded region, the size of that region equals the number of cells on the edge. What? If a cell on a straight edge of the loop, including the corners, I'm still, my brain doesn't even understand what that could possibly mean. Because how could straight edge include the corners? Is in a shaded region, the size of that region equals the number of cells on the edge. But then every digit on this should be a 6, but not every digit on this is a 6, because you can't put a 6 on everything in here. So I have absolutely no idea what I'm trying to understand here. Maybe I should look at this 2 and try and figure out what the 2 might possibly be counting. Nope, I have no idea. What is this 2 counting? Does anyone understand what the 2 is counting? It's about region size, not digits. Oh, equals the number of cells. Oh. Okay, I think I get it now. So the point is, this is a 2-cell region, and so this extends 2 in each direction. How did I even get the idea that it was digits? Maybe I just completely invented the fact that it was digits. Okay. So yeah, so this is like whatever that loop building genre is, where your loop has to extend the same distance in each direction. So in this case, it's a 6 long loop because it's in a 6 region. In this case, it's a 6 long loop, so it extends 6 in each direction. Okay. Uh, no idea how it's going to go. Just I think I now understand what it is saying. Uh, Thank you for your help. So and we're putting digits in shaded cells, and our Japanese sums clues are for shaded cells. So we have our usual break-in for a Japanese sums puzzle, which is we have a row which has 4 double-digit sums, and so therefore also f is 1. And therefore we can sort of look at, okay, it's that cell, and then 3 cells later, and then 3 cells later, and then 3 cells later. If I did not shade all of these, I would not be able to get to this many sums. And so again, the idea here is sort of put them over here and then imagine sort of wiggling them is the easiest way that my brain can think of to do this that doesn't involve coloring and counting. So f is in fact immediately 1. F can't even be 2 because I would then have a sum of digits in the row of more than 50. So f just is 1. We're not going to dance for that, though. That's too easy. But the sum of the digits in the row is at most 45. And so these numbers certainly sum to at least 30. And so I can't have a 20 there. So f is 1, and so therefore this is 1, and therefore this is green. Okay, we'll dance for that one. Boop-a-doo, woo! Boop-a-doo, woo! Boop-a-doo, woo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Do you have a recommended bet tree, Jay, by the way? Some in chat would like a bet tree. And so this cannot be gray, because if it was, it would also be a 1. So this is green. Now, this is part of a double-digit sum, so that's gray. I can't make that gray, or I'd have a problem. So I get to do all of this, actually, is all now forced. Row 2, column 10. Okay, so that is going to be our bet tree. Now, this can't be a 2. This is, in fact, this is forced to be a 9. So this is a size 9 region. So, row 12, column 10. Row 12, column 10. Oh, this is not a 10 by 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's 12 by 12. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, column 10. Okay, there we go. So we've got the beginnings of our region at least a little bit. Okay, and yeah, wherever we go here, we've got a 1. Okay, see. At the end of this, okay, this clue tells me that that is green because the end clue of this row is a double-digit sum. So we have that, at least. There's no connectivity rules at all, right, on the shading. I know I need the digits 1 through 9 in here, but there's no reason I can't connect these, I don't think. Let's see. So 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there's just a little helper X per Cogito's suggestion so that I can sort of count a little bit faster, perhaps. So now that clue goes down at least 1. as is pointed out here. In fact, actually, J is not 1, so this needs to go down at least 2. Because J is certainly at least 2. Now this is 6 cells, and so now if I join there, that's sort of forcing the whole region. This clue, or this column's shading, chat is pointing out, is now forced by the fact that that's the only way I'm going to ever make this fit. Someone is talking about a JD clue, but I don't know where the JD clue is. Oh, there's the JD clue. There we go. I have found it. Okay, and so because the JD clue goes down, these can't join. Because now if this is gray, now my region has umpteen cells in it. And umpteen is more, it turns out, than we are allowed. So we have all of that going on. Okay, and then there's a sum in there. Right, JD is, again, at least 20, so that goes down further. That's green. Yeah, that I don't know anything about yet. So this is at most 3, for sure, in size. And I need 2 Bs. So I think I can argue this is not possible. So if this was size 2, that's going to break right away, because then this will be a 2, and then B will be 2, and I'll have to make 2 in some other way. That's not going to work. If this is size 3, actually, no, I think it could go down there. Never mind. Sorry, it could go down. It could connect over there. I think that would be fine. So never mind. I think the thing I was claiming... Well, this would force B to be 9 if I do that, but that I think is okay too. So never mind. 6, 7, 8. Yep. This is also a 20-something clue. Okay, but B needs to be at least 5. No, not necessarily. B needs to be at least, actually, more than 5, because B can be made in... No, B could be 5 or bigger, because there could just be a 5 and a 2, 3 in the column. But B can be made in 2 ways, so B is at least 5. Let me fill that in. J is certainly 2, 3, or 4, and it's almost certainly 2. J... question mark, and row 6. Yeah, that's certainly true. That certainly goes over to there. At the very least, I agree with Garion about that. And so now this can't go down. Okay, so now I think we're prepared. Once we see that, and by we see that, we mean once Garion tells us, I think now this certainly can't do that, because then it would make a 4-digit sum. And so now, if this grows at all, it grows like that and becomes 3 in size. In which case B would be 5, and then that would be 5. So that would be 2, 3, that would be 5. Actually, why did I think that was a problem? I don't think that's a problem, is it? Not immediately, anyway. Oh, now that's a good point from Yabervun, which is that if this region is only 1 cell, when the loop visits it, it's already broken. So because of this whole story about the size of the region being the length of the thing that visits it. So actually, if we pay attention to that rule, we actually get to fill in all of these, and B is 5. And so this region grows because it's not at 5 cells yet. Could just, I think, join there. But that is a very good spot, that a region can't... because this region is size 3, whenever the loop visits it, every straight line coming from it, including from the edge, needs to be length 3. And there does need to be a corner in here. Oh, no, it could glance through there. That's fine. That would be acceptable. Okay, this certainly can't grow 2 down. Can this grow 1 down? If this grows 1 down, it forces that down. It is true that visiting 9 regions is going to be unpleasant. F is 1, Kajito. Unless you're hinting that I should be looking at an F somewhere else in the grid, which is very possible. This has got a J something question. And these are all huge. Now, what's possible is that all of these are 9s. No, not quite. I was thinking maybe it's possible all of these are 9s and I just get one, like, length 9 line through here. But that seems unlikely. Oh, there's a double question mark down here that I might as well put in. This is part of an E clue. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if this is gray, actually, I'm coming up against my maximum thing. That's a good spot. The length 3 line can't then also go into the 9 region, because there's a length 3 line that goes through some part of this, and it's not allowed to touch either of these grays, because if it did, of course, that would be a big problem, as Selena points out, because then 3 and 9 are different numbers. And so I can't, for example, do something like that, because then I would have to turn this and go 3, and then I've entered that region. I think I could do that, or that. Actually, that doesn't even work, because if I try and do this, then I need to turn here, and then I... Oh, no, I don't necessarily end up in the 9 region. Never mind, sorry. That's okay. I think that's fine. Oh, no, the problem is this also gives me this. So I always have that, I think. No, not necessarily. Well, I think that's true. I think I always have this. Right, and I can't revisit, because I only visit each region exactly once. So I think... We'll see if Chad agrees with me. I think this is forced, because if I tried to do this, I can't bend back through here. So I think it needs to do... Oops. So I think it needs to do that. Oh, it could do that. Is that the claim? Maybe that is possible. Yeah, there's another possibility. This cell is a G, whatever G is. Do I know anything about G by scanning the grid? I do not think so. Uh, I'm trying to visualize what J is saying. If the line goes up through the 3 region, like that, because this is certainly never going to work. Uh, uh, but like that's okay as long as it got in here honestly, like through that sort of nonsensicalness, something like that. I think Jay is saying this is allowed. Oh no, that's not allowed at all because this is not of length 3. It would have to come from there and then that's broken. So I don't think this is ever possible. Uh Yeah, I feel like we should be able to prove that this is gray, but I'm not sure how I want to go about proving that this is gray. Uh, I'm wondering if there's like a Sudoku problem with the fact that these digits then can't sort of show up in any of these cells in this column or whatever, with something like the problem about sums to 10. Uh, but I agree that it's a very important question whether these actually do connect or not. Uh, 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 this row does have a lot of cells in it that are shaded. Not quite enough to tell me anything huge. This region certainly needs another shaded cell regardless of what happens. Uh, so, like, a thing that seems natural to me is for there to be a bunch of 9-cell regions up here. So, for me to have a line that starts, say, here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then turns here or something like that. Uh, it's a little odd to think about, but I could imagine that, or maybe even actually this is the pivot, and maybe we go through here and go 9, and then this does become that sort of thing. Although that seems unlikely because of this region, actually. I think would get chopped off. Uh, but certainly we know the loop comes in here somewhere, but I think there's a variety of options for how that might look. Uh, uh, but the minimum size that any of these regions can have is 6. Let's see. There are 2 shaded strings in here. The sum to E is very interesting to me. but I think I probably have to at some point actually make a step that says something meaningful about the loop. Uh, but I don't know if I have that in me. Let's see. Is it something like that? Let's see. What happens if the 5 comes here? Does that create does that break immediately? If the 5 comes here, then it can't join the 9. So then the 9 is forced here. Those need to be separated. The 9 comes down. Now these can't join. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And this ends up looking like that. So if this is shaded, all of this nonsense happens. And this would have to be very close to 6, 7, 8. But it doesn't quite break, annoyingly. On the other hand, in the world where this is green, this immediately becomes gray because it can't connect otherwise. All of that becomes green. And we have a different universe to contend with. Uh, I am all for Xing loop borders that the segment can't cross. Uh, I do agree with the assessment. Both of these regions are size greater than 5. So this is actually a region whose minimum size is actually 6. Uh, do you see any borders that it's obvious the loop cannot cross? Uh, row 3 and 4 of column 11. So the claim is I can't have the loop go through these, because if the loop went either that way or that way, it would turn in a way that it would land in the 9 region. Right, right. So the point is, if it did go through here, uh, then this now would have to go this way and turn into that. And if it went this way, then this would have to turn and go into that. And both of those lead into the 9, and then the 9 breaks. Uh, okay, so, right. The absolute max. Okay, so Garian's smart. So the maximum that this clue can possibly be is 5, 6, 7, 8, because I certainly can't make this gray go on for more cells than that. And 5, 6, 7, 8 is only 26. So J is 2. And because there's a 2 clue in this row, that gives me that this is 3 and this is 2 for whatever possible use that gives me. It does tell me. Oh, maybe not. Uh, 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 yes, going very well. Uh, so this could be the pivot. I think we've seen what that would look like. Sounds like a glip roll puzzle. Can the loop visit this cell? Yeah, I think the loop can visit this cell if it does that. Yeah, so there's sort of two visions of what this loop could possibly look like, unfortunately. Uh, yeah, microstudy. I decided rather than ending stream, I would do a Jay Dyer puzzle that will take me 3 hours. Uh, yeah, the loop's not allowed to re-enter. That's true. Uh, so the thing I can't do that. Because that would make the loop re-enter. Uh, but I think that is fine, and I think this is fine. Uh, and I think those are the two options for what the passing through of this region could look like. So there's lots of x's I can put in this row, right? If I put, for example, a loop passing horizontally between these. No, never mind. Sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about. Row 1 and 2, column 11. Right. A loop going between these two would be 9 long and would then penetrate this. Actually, wouldn't that just enter the second? That's column 10. Row 1 and 2, column 11. Right. Okay, so a loop that went through there would definitely, I agree, would definitely then enter there and would be both 9 and 3 long, and it can't be both 9 and 3 long simultaneously. That I agree. I think there's a similar thing with this border. If it goes up here... Oh, no, not necessarily, annoyingly. Right. Passing through 2 also fails. I'm trying to see why this fails. Oh, right. It shouldn't re-enter, right. But it could go down through column 11. Is the point that it can't be long enough? Well, Jay Dyer believes you're right, but I don't see why. This would be at least 6 long. So go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at minimum. These would have to be different now. Because otherwise it would have re-entered this. So let's see. Let's just sort of look ahead on this. So if we do this, that becomes separate. These both become of size. They're the same size, but that size is at least 6. Oh, that size is at least 7, actually, because these can't both be 4, 6. So the size is at least 7, so it goes there. Uh, uh, yeah, I don't see what's wrong with this. Uh, uh, the Cogito points out that the maximum these can sum to is 15, and so this sum is 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I know A isn't 0? Where do I have that A is not 0? I believe that I have that A is not 0 somewhere, maybe, possibly. Yeah, and B is already 5. So J is already 2, so I think it's 0, 3, or 4 for A. Uh, uh, row 2 and 3 of column 11. Right, that's true. I can certainly draw an X there. Because it could not be 3 long, because definitionally it can't be. And between row 4 and 5, column 11. Because now, if I drew one here, it would be both 3 and 5 long, and that would not work. Okay, so Josh is slowly helping us gain some X's, which is helpful. Uh, the 9 long line through this region. And I mean, I think it's going to be really hard for it to not turn in the region as well. Or it's going to turn in a region. It might go through over here. Uh, it does look like progress. If we knew whether these merged or not, I think it would be hugely helpful. Uh, so I think now I know the loop doesn't go through these two. No, I don't think I know that, because I think it could go through these. No, I think that's true. Yeah, if the loop goes through these two, I think it's a problem. Let's try and see it. If the loop goes through these, it has to go down. It can't re-enter the 9, so it has to go down through here. But now it would have to re-enter again. So I think that doesn't work either. Do people agree with that assessment? So it can't go there either. Oh, it would turn at the 4 or turn at the 1. I made it 4 cells long. Oops. Oh, well. Uh, row 5, column 11 and 12. It would have to go down, right? If it did that. It would have to go down at least 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So all of these would have the same size and be different. Uh, uh, only A, C, and D can be 0. That's worth noting. I will trust Sarah's assessment that only those can be 0, because everything else appears as a clue. Row 2, column 10 and 11. So if the loop goes through here, what happens? Let's try and figure this out. If the loop does that, well, then it certainly came from the 9 region. So this is 9 long in this direction. And so it can't go up because it would re-enter the 9 region, so it goes down. Right, and now it's 3 long, and that doesn't work. Because now it would have to turn, and it would turn back into this region. So it can't go through those 2 cells, is what we just said. So we can put a little X there, and therefore this is now a dead end, so we can X over there. So we've got some more sort of decorative Xing going on over here. row 3 and 4 of column 12. Sorry, 3 and 4 would be these two. If my loop tries to do this, then it can't go down there. And so, yeah, so, yep, agree. Because it would, again, have to not enter here, and so it would have to turn, and it would re-enter that. We're getting sort of a nice little constellation of X's. Jay Dyer says the intended logic is not to hunt for X's. Is the intended logic to notice that the lower left corner has to be green, because if you read the rules, it obviously has to be green. I seem to recall doing a puzzle like that. Let's see. Question mark C and question mark J. $13 and $14 respectively. Okay, yeah. So from row 1, the minimum sum of these three clues is 30. And so therefore this clue is at most 15, and we already know where the 1 and the 2 and the 5 are. So therefore C can only also be 0, 3, or 4. That is a good spot. Yeah, I think there are two patterns for what the path through the 3 region looks like. Uh, Now, unfortunately, I don't think we can get a similar argument about J, because this is an F, not a double-digit number. Let's see, is the fact that C is pretty small interesting somewhere? Does C literally only occur in that place? No, C also shows up over here. Uh, Row 4, column 10. So Josh is saying their opinion is that this not being on the loop breaks. So if that's not on the loop, how am I going through this? And so now I'm not allowed to visit this cell either, because if I visit this cell, I break the rules automatically. And so now if I'm not allowed to visit that cell either, now the only way that I'm making it through my 3 region is that I'm not, because now there's no length 3 lines I can draw that don't violate an X. So I agree with Josh. This cell is always on the line. We have discovered a cell that I believe is always on the line no matter what, because it creates a problem if we don't go through here, because uh, basically because of what it does when we end up visiting here. So if the cell does visit this, it definitely goes down. So if this is on the loop, it definitely goes straight down, but there's no reason this has to be on the loop. I don't believe. Uh, uh, Now I can't go both left and right, because that would violate things. Uh, but I think I could go right, or probably I could go left, but I don't know if that's going to break in some complicated way, but I don't really see what's going on with this row. Uh, so is there a way that this cell avoids immediately connecting with the 9 region? Like almost immediately? Not sure. Uh, uh, but I do believe that this cell definitely has to be on the line for what it's worth. Uh, so if I go there from there, then I go immediately 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Immediately do that. Which maybe just visits a bunch of 9 regions coming down from the top, so that's probably okay. Uh, I don't know anything about what K is. Uh, if D is not 0, then this needs to grow. Is that interesting? Because if D is not 0... Oh, that's not true. Sorry, darn. I don't have a 9 in this region. Darn it. Nope. Uh, but I want to look at this growing, because if this grows... Or maybe I want to look at this not growing, because if this does not grow, then D itself also has to be from 0, 3, or 4. So maybe this growing breaks in some way if I think about it. So if that grows, then this becomes green. That makes that grow. That means I need to keep these apart. That makes this grow. I need to keep these apart. That makes this grow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is now at its 9 size. And now this is also 9 in size. Is something wrong here? Is the thing I now want to know. I don't think so. I was hoping this, because it would get me a 0, 3, 4 triple. If I can prove this cell is not gray, then it would get me a triple. But I don't see anything that breaks out of this. This is obviously like way ahead into the sort of bifurcation land. But I was hoping I would see something that did that, but I don't see it. Uh, uh, Darian asks, how would you visit the 3-cell region? Which is a concern of mine for how we're going to be able to visit the 3-cell region after we put a 9-cell line through this in various ways. But I feel like I don't know enough about the 9 region to speculate on what the 9 region is going to do in these various instances. Uh, Now, I will say every time I've bifurcated, I have I have ended up making this a 9 region. So it seems more likely to me that this is a 9 region. Let's see, MicroStudy believes some x's can be drawn below the 9. Uh, can I? Uh, yeah, so I think the not so I think yeah, I think I can't go down vertically from here. So I think this does not work because if I do this, then I go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And now, however I visit the 3 region, uh, of course I can't go right. Hey, Rift Clown, hope you're doing well. Of course I can't go right, so I'd have to go left, 9. But now there's no way to visit the 3 region without visiting it twice, given the information that we already know about it. So I believe that that means that we have proven that we can't go down here. And I think that's getting closer to what Jay wants, because that's getting closer to using like actual logic rather than just X hunting. I mean, in a sense, it literally is X hunting. But I think it would also happen if I went down here. So I think if I go down here, then I end up with a similar problem. Oops. Where I end up with a giant line down here. And now, in order to get through the 3 region, I either have to go through it twice or I have to go through the 9 region again. I think both of those break, although it's a little bit more... It's a little messier to see it for me. I mean, I guess here's an easy way to see it. We have to enter the 3 region from the side, because we have X'd off everywhere to enter it from below. We have to enter it from the side or from above, I guess. And so if I do that line where I go down here, I've ruled out entering it from the side because I've blocked it off, and I've ruled out entering it from above because it would require re-entering the 9 region. So that doesn't work. So we can put an X here. And so once we've put an X there, then we get a free X there. Sorry, we get a free X there. Hopefully this is more what Jay was intending. I like the version where it visits this cell better than the version where it does that, I will say. But I don't yet know. I bet there is a smart way to do this. Yes, just X everywhere that isn't line. Yes, if we bit by bit X everything that is not line. So let me just draw in the 2 candidate lines. So one of the candidate lines is this, which would then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One of them would be that. And the other one would be this. And would go down at least sort of like 7, at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So these are sort of the 2 candidate lines. Now, this one from here would have to go down. This is always a segment. By looking at both of these together, we can see that there's always a segment here. Because in the pink universe, the pink is not allowed to re-enter the 9, so it has to go down. And in the orange universe, the orange can't go that way. Oh, but in the orange universe, it could go down, couldn't it? Dagnammit. In the orange universe, it could go down. Never mind. But those are sort of the 2 universes that we have. Pink definitely goes down. Uh, yeah, pink goes. Yeah, pink definitely goes down. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Pink would go way, way, way down. Uh, oh, there's an interesting point from Jay. Very good spot from Jay. There's only 3 clues in this row. And these 4 regions are all big. And so there aren't 4 of them, is the point. There are 3 of them. So 2 of these do actually merge. Is what Jay is suggesting we think about. I think the pink path is the one I like, but I don't know. I'm leaving them here just because I keep trying to visualize these things. The asterisk clue is exactly 1 segment. Yes. Uh, uh, so either we do that, or we do that. Yeah, that's the difference between asterisk and dot dot dot. So what am I doing with the fact that 2 of these merge? So when they merge, the minimum size they could possibly be is 7. Uh, uh, is it possible that like this total is too large if I try and merge these together? Because that's already 20. Plus 2 is 22. Plus these 2 would be asterisk. I don't think it's too big, unfortunately. So I was hoping that I could say, like, because these sum to 20 something, that it would be too large and I couldn't get this to sum to 10, but I don't think that's true. Uh, uh, Perplexing. Uh, Seems relevant, but I do know that all of these regions are at least of size 6. Let's see. I mean, it would just go up and down the column, Garion, I believe. Uh, if this doesn't merge with anything, it's just going to create. It's going to be something like that's gray and that's green, and we put a giant thing there, and then that's green, and it doesn't matter anymore. And just let it do a little wiggle. Actually, maybe that doesn't work. Right, that doesn't work. So it's huge, actually, that these regions are smushed against the top. Because the fact that these regions are smooshed against the top is going to mean, I think, that I'm never going to get away with not going in both directions. I think I'm going to have both a horizontal and a vertical segment no matter how I do it. Because the only way to, well, sorry, I could have an only horizontal segment. I can't have an only vertical segment. Because the only way to have an only vertical segment is to go out the top. And I can't go out the top. So I think there's always a horizontal segment through each of these regions somewhere. It doesn't need to be through row 1. Uh, yeah, I'm not saying the horizontal segment needs to be in row 1, Selena. I'm just saying it just needs, but there needs to be a giant horizontal segment. Uh, so each of these regions features a giant horizontal segment. Oh, are you describing something like this where it does that? Because I think that's actually fair. I think that's fine. Yeah, you can use a U sideways. Right, right. So the fact that it's cut off at the top doesn't actually help because if the regions are big enough, which we know these regions are big enough, then we can do that kind of nonsense, and that's no good. So I think my argument is incorrect. Uh, so I don't think we know anything about where these segments are. Sideways U, also known as C, fair. Uh, uh, Good spot by Garion. So I worry, and maybe Garion disagrees, but I worry actually I've become convinced there's even more optionality than I thought there was in what this does if it doesn't merge. Uh, which is a wee bit unfortunate. Uh, is there a way row 1, column 7 can't be 9 region? Uh, it would require that this 9 region do something with a lot of finesse, like turning there, for example. Uh, uh, which would maybe break a lot. But I think it's pretty hard for the 9 arrow here to not pierce this, is I think what Ilm is saying. Uh, this is probably also going to be a 9. Uh, but I do not yet I do not see as of yet how to prove that. I I feel like there's some clever way to prove things about what's going to happen with length 9 segments through this 9 region that I'm just not seeing. Because I think there's probably a really global argument to make about what the 9 segment has to do to not cut this off. Uh, let's see. Okay, so Jay Dyer, who has forgotten how the puzzle works, 6, 7, 8, claims the 9 region must take this cell. So if the 9 region does not take this cell, uh, then it assuredly, it assuredly comes both of these directions and then breaks, because that is 4, 5, yeah, because that does not work. So this is always part of the 9 region. Uh, uh, Regardless of what happens. These two, I'm going to just put a black line just to remind me I know those are the same region. It's not a loop or anything. Uh, uh, and that's not going to make it any more interesting if this sort of bends over here or anything, I don't think. I do know this is part of a double-digit clue. Because I certainly know this isn't the double-digit clue. So I know that this is at least big horizontally. Is that interesting in any way, shape, or form? That this needs to grow horizontally. I mean, it certainly seems to me like it could be 2 horizontally. Uh, Uh, Otherwise, it would do that kind of wiggle. Uh, I mean, I don't think there was any world where I didn't want this to be two size in horizontaliness. Uh, just because of things. Uh, yeah, let's just try this again. So let's try what happens if I expand this region in this direction. So it forces all of those to be green. It forces that to be gray. Unfortunately, it outright forces this to be gray in that universe, which then sort of makes this double-digit clue seem very plausible, unless somehow the math doesn't work out. Let's see, how big is this? This is currently, and so that would be done. So these sum to at least 20. That would mean these sum to 30. Plus whatever these two sum to. These would still need to sum to at least 10. And so the most they could ever sum to is 12, just by the secret. So that's getting really tight, and certainly would force that this is 20 exactly, uh, and not anything other than 20 exactly. Uh, oh no, sorry, I don't know that this isn't 21 or that this isn't 21. Maybe it could be 21. Actually, I don't think it could be 21 because okay, let's humor me a little bit more and look at what actually happens in this world, because these in this universe have to be from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry, not 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And they have to include uh in fact, they have to be 5, 7, 8 exactly, because if these are 6, 7, 8, that's 20, which works. Sorry, that's 21, which works, except now I can't make these have a double digit sum at all. So in this world, these are exactly 5, 7, 8. And this is exactly 4, 6. Uh, in order to make the math here work. This feels to me like a Jay Dyer thing, to sort of think about how to combine all of the sort of arithmetic of these things. So this would all be forced. Uh, and so you could place the 2 in the region, and then place whatever this digit is. It would be the 3. And you would have all of that. And this would have to be 3, 8. Still works. This actually is, this is sort of feeling to me plausible-ish as a thing. Oh, what Selena says makes this broken. Because Selena says in this universe this has to be 6 size, and it can't be because it has a 4, 6 pair looking at it. So I think Selena sees something that is going to make this break in the most horrible possible way that I don't think is exactly the intended path. Uh, but is fair game, I think. Because if this is 6 size, the only way this could work is as a 4, 6. Because it needs to be a double digit sum. And there can't be 4, 6 because there's a 4, 6 forced in the row. This is, everything in here is forced. There's no hypothetical universe. So I think what Selena's pointing out is these can't grow. Let's see if we can break it. This would have to grow. It can't join that. So unfortunately, yeah, why can't this grow one more? And let this get away with being 3, 7 or 4, 7 or whatever. Yeah, I worry that this world might be okay. Let's see. Willie says row 2, column 9 cannot be 7. Right, this would have to be 8. Okay, I'm going to unwind this. We can come back to it if we need to. Oops. Let's see. That's true. So Jay has a good point that we had not yet found, which is that this cell has to be gray, because this region needs to grow, and if it grows down this way, that still ends up gray because of the question mark F. That's a much simpler point than a 17 cell look ahead. Now, question mark F, and F is F is 1. And A is 0, 3, or 4. Row 5, column 10 is green due to the question mark clue. Right. This is always green. Okay, that seems very big, actually. This is always green, because if it was gray, it would be a 2-cell gray, and it would merge two things into a region that had size much too big. So this is always green. That seems useful. Now, if I knew this had to be the question mark H clue, that would be super useful. I don't think I quite know that. It's been 40 minutes since we placed the last digit, so it's going well. Well, we got a couple new shadings. And maybe a couple new shadings will do us well. If the gray goes through here, I still keep trying to do this math and get it to break. I think this one actually might break. If the J actually goes through here, let me just hypothecate this. This is a 20-something clue. So these would sum to 20, and a minimum of 21 more? No, a minimum of 20 more, I suppose. So these would again have to sum to exactly 5 or less. But maybe that's okay. I keep trying to sort of combine the horizontal sums and the vertical sums to get the region to sum to over 45, which doesn't... Yeah, the singular J would have to go there. That's true. Because I could not put a J in a 3-cell 20 sum. So that would have to be a 2 exactly, which would have to grow down like that. So I don't think these are going to merge. But it's still technically possible that they do. But I think these are more likely to merge. Because of how restraining the arithmetic is of those two merging. Let's see, if this takes this cell at all, then I automatically get all of that gray. Are we then forced to take this cell, or are we not forced to take this cell? I'm not sure. And again, we do still have, like, it's still true to say that these cells together with the other cells, the other gray cell that's in that row, they sum to at least 40. So this digit's tiny, because again, that's a 10. There's at least a 10 down here. That's a 20. at a minimum. So that's at least 40. So this cell certainly can't be larger than 5. But actually, if I combine those... Oh, maybe this actually goes... Oh, no, sorry, that doesn't work. Sorry, that doesn't work because that could be gray. If that's gray, then I'm double counting. It's only in the universe where that's gray and that's gray that argument holds water. Uh, this puzzle does seem to be more brutal than I was expecting it to be difficult and long, but this has been more brutal than I was anticipating. Uh, I was especially happy when I got some shading at the beginning, but then it sort of all died horribly. Uh, is it about that clue having to be big? Uh, and I can't imagine that's a problem. So, if the orange line is correct, what actually happens? Then the column 12 regions can't merge. So let's look at this. If orange is correct, and I think we've done this before, but we know more now, so let's try again. If orange is correct, then these two regions can't merge because the region would be revisited. So this would grow. It would need to keep away from this. So this would finish like that. This would need to grow. It could not join that. Yeah, I think this is the universe we looked quite far ahead on previously, right? Uh, so all of this would happen. Oh, again, the minimum size of this is 7, so certainly it would grow there. Because this line needs to be at least 7 long, because we know there's at least a 7 in one of these. But that's 7. This row is getting restricted enough we get some random shading in it. But I'm not seeing... I'm not seeing anything wrong, unfortunately, with this working. Like, maybe I'm supposed to ask where this orange goes now? Like, the orange is going to have to, like, wiggle and do something like that, or go up and shoot through all of these. But I sort of like the idea of one giant 9 long horizontal line sort of taking care of most of the top of the grid all at once. So I don't see anything wrong with this universe that I can find. And is it possible that there's something wrong with the universe where they do actually connect? Well, of course, if they do actually connect, it's not orange, it's pink. That is the correct world to live in. Let's see. Maybe I'm supposed to think more about the pink world, because in the pink world, automatically pink turns down here. And then keeps going down. So in the pink world, pink goes at least down that far. And then assuredly actually can't turn that way or that way. Because that way it would hit the 9. Oh, maybe it could squeak just around. Okay, let's try drawing in the pink. So we can put back the orange if we need to, but let's try drawing in the pink. So the pink would have to go down at least that far uh, in order to make that work. Now what's going to happen to the pink? Uh, if the pink wiggles this way, it can't re-enter the 9 region, which I know this is part of, so I'd have to do something like that, and then probably enter this region. But otherwise, we could just sort of shoot down through this region and have it be okay in a way that I don't fully yet understand. It's going to turn out that there's like a question mark that we have not looked at this entire time. But yeah, I don't think anything more is forced in this case, at least not that I can see. Let's see. Very mysterious. The first clue in this row is a J. I can't imagine that being useful. Is this giant line over here causing problems with visiting stuff over here? Is that the problem? Hey, Ranks, how are you? How are we going to visit this gray in this universe? Because I have to go up and back down. Is that a problem? Yeah, we could do like the sideways U like that, and then have pink sneak up through here and down back through there, maybe. Hey, Alessandro. Uh, so yeah, I think it would have to do something very much like that in order for that to work. But it still seems possible. Oh, I mean, even actually, these could just merge. Because in this universe, there's nothing to stop these two from merging, I don't think. And then it would just have already visited it and it would be fine. It doesn't have to visit every green, does it? I don't think it has to visit every green. Have to turn left or right here, but I know absolutely nothing about what's happening in this part of the grid, so that doesn't seem super useful. Yes, I do not see anything yet in this sort of pink world. And this line doesn't have to have any particular length until it touches a region. See, and there's no random rules that I'm not using, right? Let's see. Yeah, I don't think so. So these would have to so these would have to connect. The Cogito's point, because now these two have to be different, because otherwise it's a revisit. So these would have to connect, and we would be forced into the universe we saw before, where we get something that looks exactly like this. So so if pink is correct, we're forcing this universe, because that's the 2 over here. Sorry, that's the 2 over here. And so the question is there something wrong with that? Is visiting the 2 now going to be a problem, or the at least 2? Like, this actually seems pretty clean to me. This is obviously going to have to also itself be a 9 in size. Yeah, so these connect, and they can only connect like this, I believe, because of the fact that the J sort of forces this down. So yeah, so if the pink does this, then we definitely connect these two. Uh, and we get all of that sort of forced. Wait, don't we just unconditionally have that this is gray? We unconditionally have that this is gray, right? Because there's a double-digit sum there that we've been ignoring this whole time. Uh, oh no, because it could be that one. That one could be the gray one. Never mind. Never mind. We're good. Slash bad. We are saved from accidentally having made a deduction. So yeah, in the pink universe, these two regions definitely have to connect. And then reminder of the orange universe. The orange universe looked like this. And so my fear is that in the orange universe, this could go down and then go through this region like this. Yeah, and in the so I guess both universes force a weird merge. Uh, no, sorry, the orange universe forces these not to merge. Actually, sorry, the pink universe forces these two to merge. The orange universe forces these two not to merge. I guess both universes force a none merge, either a none merge there or a none merge there. Uh, uh, huh. Yeah, I don't see what I am supposed to see yet. Uh, I want to try making this black or this gray one more time. I know I've tried it before, but oh, sorry. J40 has something. Let's see what J40 says. If row 5, column 9 uh, is green, isn't the 9 region mathematically impossible? Vote that we add a no 2 by 2 rule. That sounds very helpful. That would be very useful at this moment. Uh, so if this is green, then this is gray, and this is gray, and all of this is green, because now this is done. So the 9 region mathematically impossible, since row 3, column 9, is at most 4 from the clues added up. Sadly, yeah, this I don't know. Now, I do keep doing this because I see that that's 20, 30, 40 at a minimum. It would make these two add up to at most 5. But the problem is I don't think that there's a problem with these adding to at least 5. Or sorry, at most 5. But I do keep looking at that because it seems like that's the sort of geometry thing that we're getting here because of the fact that this would be 10 and at least 10 and at least 20, but it just doesn't break that I've seen. It works so neatly that it's probably correct. Agree. J40 has solved it but doesn't remember. Yeah, there's so many, like, works out. So let me just try if that's black. Does that lead to a problem immediately? So certainly it merges these. Uh, would lead to lots of green all over the place. The pink line, right? So as soon as this is black, it makes the pink line correct. That's true. And so therefore these merge in exactly that way that we outlined previously. And again, we'd have a separate region over here. But I don't see a problem with any of this. Again. The one I wanted to see that I think we haven't looked at in a while is what if this is black? Force those to be green, would force that to be gray, would force that to be green, would force that to be gray, would force these to be green, would force that to be gray, would make all of these green. Is there something wrong with this? It would again make the pink line correct, if that is gray over there. If this cell is gray, it certainly makes the pink line correct. And so, again, we would get all of that as soon as the pink line is correct. This would have to be a 9 region, of course. So with this, we'd get the thing over there. But yeah, I don't see... Hey, Elisa! Yeah, we do a lot of various Sudoku stuff around here. Sudoku and Sudoku adjacent puzzle types. We are slightly confused at the moment about what exactly is happening in this universe. So much is forced once we know which of two possibilities happens, but then we don't know which possibility happens. Is it just impossible to make these merge? I don't see why. 2, 3, yeah. Yeah, there needs to be a 2 to the left over here, as Ranks points out. That's what keeps forcing in the universe. That's what's so forcing about this world, Ranks, is that in this sort of world, we'll call it the upside down Eiffel Tower world, we then are forced to have a 2 over here. And maybe the 2 just doesn't work loopologically or something. That I do not know. I have not yet contemplated, in the world where this is a 2 plus region, what the loop actually looks like. Maybe I should think about that. Is there a way in this world that we visit this without this becoming huge? And is there a problem if this does become huge? Maybe there's no problem if this does become huge. Actually, I think this is going to have to become huge in this universe. But I don't see a problem with that. I'm down for putting more none segments in. Josh says we can't go vertically through the 9 in column 9. Oh, so are you saying we can't take any of these vertical segments? Because if I take this vertical segment, then I'm priced into a bunch of vertical segments, which certainly breaks pink. It breaks pink and orange. Actually, does it have to break orange? Can't orange just come down the same column and then they meet down here somewhere? Uh, it seems to me like that's possible. Uh, orange would re-enter. Oh, right. The orange now has to go back into this region, whatever it is. So yeah, that doesn't work. Okay, I agree. That's okay, that's good. That's progress. So we can't go vertically through any of these cells. And so now we're not allowed to go here at all. Because of the no corners rule of the world. Uh uh so oh, one more X at the bottom, right? That would still cause the same problem if I did that, because yeah, orange can't just like nick in from that side. Uh, so yeah, the things orange can do is like that is one option. Uh, row 4, column 9 to 10. Uh, right. Orange certainly can't go in here because it would create a line that is simultaneously 3 and more than 3 long, and purple can't because purple's already visited. So that cell's never visited. So we're at lots of cells of the 9 that just can't be visited. Uh, Uh, the trick ranks, the thing that you can do that I was sort of convinced of, or I was sort of convinced of this for a bit, but it's not quite correct, is that you can do something where you do a 9 long line here, and then you just sort of duck out here and you're in green, so it doesn't matter what you do. And that's how you could sort of connect at the top left through like creating a C, uh, as Garian spotted. Uh, see, we've got lots of cells in the 9 we can't visit. Uh, so yeah, up 1 and 9 over, down 1 and 9 over are the options. I can't go down 1 and then just keep going through here. No, because I'd be revisiting, right? Okay, yeah, so, right. So, yeah, so the two options for orange, the two universes, are that orange goes up and then 9 over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or down and 9 over, because it can't re-enter the 5. So, 1, 2, 3, oh, I guess it's going to be the same 9. So we do one of these two things in orange. So we could draw in that these cells are definitely visited by the loop because they're visited by both orange and... Oh, right, no, right, sorry. Selena is correct. It could also wiggle around like that and sort of not enter the 9 region immediately. Although then I worry that we might... Oh, the 5 region extends in this world. Right. Because in this region, in this world, they're not allowed to merge. Right. So yeah, in this universe, these need to be kept separate, and so the 5 region has extended there, and so there is no sort of wiggle around. So we would literally have to wiggle down and then go there. Right. So I do agree. Those are sort of the 2 universes. So I think that does, as much as I sort of am pained to mark it, give us 2 cells that are always visited by the loop, because they're visited in both universes. I don't know that that helps in any way, shape, or form, but it's true. Yeah, orange and pink are somewhat lengthy bifurcations of what the worlds look like, because there's 2 ways to go through this 3 region, and I think we were supposed to see something obvious that told us which one was wrong, but we have not found the obvious thing that told us which of them was wrong. Uh, uh, well, I think what's marked is reasonable. I think the amount that we've done to sort of figure this out and the amount we've done since then is probably less on the reasonable side. Let's see. Jay is trying to see what happens if these do merge, and these have more flexibility in how they merge, so that's slightly annoying, because there's actually a lot of flexibility in how these can merge. If these merge, the correct universe is orange. So that's worth noting. If these merge, the correct universe is orange, and then orange, I guess, does one of 2 things that we can go ahead and mark in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I'm not re-entering the 9 ranks because pink and orange are separate universes. So pink and orange are never simultaneously true. They are they are a fork in the road as far as what reality looks like. Uh, so uh, yeah, there's only 2 ways to fulfill this 3 region, and we've sort of looked ahead to what they would look like if we chose each of them. So this is like a red pill, blue pill situation, and annoyingly, uh, the uh, the red pill, blue pill situation, both of them, you can look very, very far ahead and get very, very plausible looking grids as far as I'm able to determine it. Uh, so this is the orange world, and so the question posed by Jay is it really possible that these 2 merge in some way, which forced the orange universe to be the correct universe? And if these 2 merge in some way, then this does not merge with those. And so the question is, what happens when it is what happens to the orange, and in terms of how it's actually visiting this upper region, which, remember, has to have a minimum of 6 cells. Uh, uh, but I don't see what's wrong with that immediately. So, like, the top orange path would mean that this certainly could not be in that region. Seems okay. Uh, so I think it would have to sort of shimmy or go around it or whatever. Like, this might be like the C universe, the classic C universe. Uh, Selena says orange can't take the bottom, but I don't understand the argument. Uh, see. Something merges in the top row. Orange takes the lower path that doesn't touch any of them. Orange has already touched the two that merged in this universe. And the other one that's the other one is this one. Oh, maybe the lower one just can't touch this at all? Is that the claim? Is this, like, not big enough to see? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's just big enough to see. Yeah, I think we can still visit this region. Oh, but it would be size 9. That's the point. It would be size 9, and I would go off the bottom of the grid. Because there aren't enough rows in the puzzle. So, so I think I agree that actually we don't have to consider the world where orange goes down. I don't think that is actually a world. Also, I realize now that that was never correct. Uh, uh, but I don't see how this is helping immediately, even if I believe this, which I'm not 100% sure I do. The oh, no. Okay, it's much easier. It's much easier than I'm making it out to be. Selena has said it correctly, and I've just not processed it. Whichever two of these merge, they can't make it as far down as row 5 at all, and there's no way this orange could possibly turn up, because if this orange turns up, then it's never getting out. I think. Uh, Maybe it could wind around and go through like here. Actually, maybe it could wind around and then come out through here and then shoot down. I think it could double back through row 4, unfortunately, is I think a possibility. Uh, I mean, haven't like 40 people solved this puzzle? Oh, I guess only 8 people have solved this puzzle. But still, it feels like this must be doable, and probably is not as crazy as we are making it out to be, but I don't see it. It's very mystifying to me. Yeah, the J question mark here is so enticing, but I can't quite figure it out. I think Jay Dyer believed it was impossible that these two merged. That was a seeable conclusion by examining the orange universes, but I don't see it. That those two can't merge. They certainly can't merge in the pink universe. They can only merge in the orange universe. Uh, Not necessarily, because this could be green, Selena. If this is green, then it could double back and then go through here and then go like that. And I think that would be okay. The merged region would have to have size 8, but the merged regions are allowed to have size 8. That's gray in this universe? Right, because here these have separated. Right, okay. So yeah, in the orange universe, these have separated. And so that has made gray extend here, which has pushed that to be gray. Okay, so I think I now believe Selena's claim that it can't double back because that is gray. So I think I believe that. That now sort of the orange universe actually looks like this. Uh, and I think this alone. Uh, this feels very brutal for these two. But let's just draw in the orange universe now, just for uh, that does give us a for sure line segment that we have. I thought I had this for sure line segment for a bit, uh, but then I kept convincing myself I didn't. But I think we now really have earned this for real line segment. Actually, I'm going to make the for real line red. So I think this is now for real line segment. Uh, so I want to try and draw in the orange universe shading down here one more time, just to sate my curiosity as to what this looks like. So we'll assume that just because it will let us look at stuff like what Jay and Selena were just talking about. And this needs to be more than 5, so it would go down. These could not join, so that would be green. And in fact, it would need to be at least 7, so that would be gray. So the question is whether these can merge in this universe, I believe. In the universe where orange is the correct thing. Because in the universe where orange is the correct thing, we get all of this nonsense down here. So this is in the orange universe. Actually, this is always size 9 regardless, because this. Oh, sorry, no, that's not true. No, I think this is true because I think in the orange universe everything that's shaded is correct. And so I think what we're learning is this is always a size 9 thing. Uh and this is also always a size 9 thing because it's never avoiding, whether it merges or not, it's never avoiding touching this line. So I think these are both of size 9 regardless. I believe that. Regardless of whether it is a pink universe or an orange universe. Uh, right. So we can put like an X there, for example, the Cogito points out, because we've definitely entered this region already. Uh, and there's no way the orange is sort of leaving it there. And although I should probably do this, if we're going to do that, I should go back to before I started bifurcating. Uh, uh, because we've got that. But yeah, so nothing ever goes through any of these is the Cogito's point, because anything going through any of these would be revisiting this, because again, we either have the pink universe or the orange universe. Those are the only two universes that exist, so we definitely get some more red Xing going through those. Row 4, column 8 can't be entered either. If this cell was entered, what would happen? It would sort of bounce through here. I don't quite see that. Row 2, column 8 can't be entered. Right. It can't connect to either of those. And so if it were here, it would just be a dead end. So I agree with that. Those are unenterable. row 2, column 7 is this one. Right. If I come back here, I've definitely re-entered because pink has already left if it's here, and orange certainly can't stay entirely in gray and get back to here. So this is unenterable from all directions. Pink would re-enter the third region. 90 minutes since the last digit. Fantastic, fantastic. I appreciate these updates. Row 4, column 8. I'm trying to understand this one again. Would re-enter right. It would come up here, and then it would, of necessity, enter either this region or this region, both of which we already sort of roughly understand the entrances and exits of. So yeah, so I agree this cell is never visited. Uh, 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 okay. Sure. Uh, so in the orange universe, I feel like these have to merge. I mean, I don't think they have to, but I think they're getting kind of forced into doing it. Extend pink down column 10. Right. So pink would go there. For sure. Can't visit row 2, column 8. I think we have that one. Oh, no, I don't. There's another X. So yeah, I forget in the pink universe if I know anything about what happens next. Because the pink universe is the one that doesn't tell me what happens with these, I think. Uh, uh, okay, well, here's the thing about orange. Orange does not turn up from here. Because if orange turns up from here, it's nowhere near big enough. So actually, we could extend orange, at least to say that orange goes down from that spot. Because orange has to turn at that point, because it's supposed to be 9 long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? So orange would have to turn down. I don't know if that is enlightening. But it is what would happen in the orange universe. E is not 6. We have been told that's correct. E is not 6. Unless it's a 2-cell 6 sum, right? Oh, right. But if it's a 2-cell 6 sum, no, it could be a 2-cell 6 sum for E, right? Not the case that I have known the whole time that this cell is unshaded or anything, is it? Right. Okay, yeah. If it was just 2-cell 6 sum, it would be that, and it can't go 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah. So in all instances, if E was 6, that would just be a 6 because I would have to do that because this couldn't be a 2. Okay, I agree with Selena. E is not 6. So if we just fill in the options, We know it's not 1 or 2 or 0. We know it's not 6 now, and we know it's not 5. So E is only 3, 4, 7, 8, or 9. We might be able to eliminate some of those others if we find other E's in the grid, although there may be literally no other E's in the grid. That might be literally the only E in the entire grid. It's possible. So identifying whether it is 3, 4, 7, 8, or 9 has not helped immediately. So yeah, these two merge universe that looks exactly like this feels okay to me in both universes. And these two merge universe only happens in orange. Okay, so if these two merge, that only happens in orange. We actually know... Oh, no, the last gray cell could be that one. I was going to say we know the last gray cell goes there, but no, the last gray cell could go there. What are we missing? Question mark C. And I know C is 0, 3, or 4. If C is 4, then these cells sum to 44. C can't be 4. Here's a dumb observation. C can't be 4, because if C is 4, these 8 cells would sum to 44, but that would mean they were everything but 1. So C is not 4. So C is only 0 or 3. If C was 3, then I would need to fill these with everything but 2. Could I actually do that? We don't know they're 10s, but the point is the minimum, they're 10 at least. And so if C was 4, the minimum sum of these would be 44, but 44 is also the maximum sum because it's 8 cells. So if maybe we can also rule out C being 3 somehow, and maybe that will question mark profit. If C is 3, then we'd need to make 13, and so we'd need this total sum to be 43. So if C is 3, this would need to be 13, and these would both need to be 10. Is there a way to make 2 10s that lets you still make 13? So this could not be 4, 9. If this were 5, 8, yeah, this would have to be 5, 8, right? This would be 5, 8, and then and then 7, 3, 6, 4. Yep, so that would work, as far as I am aware. So if C is 3, these are 5, 8. Is C somewhere else that makes that particularly interesting? C's also there, but I don't think that that helps. But it seems like it would be really helpful if I knew that C was 3. Is there a way I can rule out D being anything but 0? Does Nib's battleship puzzle still have the record? I think so. Although, as Selena would point out, at our current rate of entering digits, we have problems. In the orange world, isn't JD 3 cells? Since the 5 extends. This JD or another JD? I think it could be 5 if my region looks like this. Yeah, we don't move to the new house until June 29th, so we've got 18 days. Uh, uh, Good night, Sarah. So I think Selena is claiming that we can maybe prove that this is always the right number of cells. Uh, so yeah, in the orange universe, the 5 extends. Okay, yes. In the orange universe, the JD is 3 cells. I agree. Because in the orange universe, these two need to be separated, so that's green. The 5 extends, which pushes this up, which makes that gray, which makes that green. Okay. Uh, in the purple universe, is JD also 3 cells? Uh, is it easy to see that in the purple universe, JD is 3 cells? It can't Kajito because if JD went down 3 cells, it would force this 9 to take this cell, which would then force this 5 to join here, but then orange has visited it twice. There's this sort of yin-yang back and forth between the 9 region and these and whether they're separate or not that gets violated. But in the purple one, do we know that JD is 3 cells? Row 2, column 4 is shaded in both regions. I don't even understand why row 2, column 4 is shaded in either one. But Selena, do we know that in the purple universe that the JD is only 3 cells, or is it only in the orange universe that we know that? Only in orange. Okay, so in orange, this cell is green. Huzzah. So what on earth is happening? So yeah, in the purple universe, we know these join. So the only way in purple that this is gray is that it looks exactly like this. Because that's 9 cells. No, sorry. These don't join. No. Sorry. In purple, those don't join. Right. In purple, they don't join. Okay, let's imagine the world where this is here and see if we can break it again, knowing that it must be purple that is true in this universe. If this is shaded, then we're in the purple universe, we now know. So those become green. This becomes gray. That becomes green. That becomes gray. This is still gray. These are green. All of this is green. So at first blush, that's what happens. Now, because these two don't join, we also know that these join, and we've done this enough times that we know the exact way that they join. Is like that. And we know that's a 2 in this universe, for whatever minuscule amount that does. So is this broken in some way that we have not yet appreciated? Possibly. But if there is, I don't know that I see it. So, oh, I think the problem is, where does pink go in this universe? I don't think pink has anywhere to go. Oh, does pink get to go straight down? Actually, I think never mind. I think pink gets to go straight down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, pink just goes straight down 9 and then turns left. So never mind. It does have optionality. It has outs. Annoyingly, it's crazy how plausible both of these universes are. I feel like at the end it's going to turn out that Jay missed that one of these universes was possible, and we have been exploring a whole other universe. Yeah, they both annoyingly seem to be, and even like this being shaded doesn't quite break. Yeah, this can't stay 2 in size. Yes, it's as though we're solving 2 tightly constructed puzzles at once. Yeah, this would be a perfect example of this puzzle has exactly 2 solutions, find them sort of puzzle. I'd enjoy that, I think, if there was a puzzle that was like, this has 2 solutions that look completely different, and I would like you to find both of them. But it's just, yeah, razor's edge sort of thing. Because, yeah, this region can't just end in this universe. But yeah, I still don't think that breaks. I'm going to take a real quick break. I'll be back. Let me know if you find something while I'm gone. As foretold by the prophets, I have returned. Someone add a clue while Zeta's gone. Yeah, absolutely. I really like the idea of adding the no 2x2 rule. I think that would really help with the solve a lot if we could just add a no gray 2x2 rule. Is there something that goes wonky if I gray this and green that? I can't imagine what could possibly break in that universe. I keep trying to make this about 45s and weird things that happen with sums to 45, because I think Jay set this shortly after doing Berlin, and that's what Berlin was about. Yeah, Paul Fly, it took me about 5 minutes to read what the sentence was saying. I somehow was obsessed with the idea that the last sentence said something about digits, even though it did not say something about digits. let's see. There is a row 5, column 11 and 12. I am being told we can put an X. Uh, uh, because if there was one, uh, yes, we're about 5 minutes into the puzzle. Yes, something like that, give or take. Uh, yeah, I knew this was going to be bonus stream because I was about 50 minutes from the end of stream, and I was like, well, I want to do this, and while I don't have anything to do for the rest of the day, I suspect this will probably take about 2 hours. But I I I spoiler, do not think we're going to be done this in 2 hours, given that we're already more than 2 hours into it. So in the universe where there is a thing here, it would be the purple universe, in which case we would end up revisiting the 9 region. So I agree that we can put an X there to look busy. Let's see. Is there ever any universe where something visits this cell? So certainly not in the orange universe. In the pink universe, if pink visits that cell and goes straight through here, is that crazy? It certainly would make these two different. But those two different doesn't immediately seem like a problem. Actually, how long could the line be? Could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Damn it, it could be 8. 8 is fine. Uh, uh, hmm, hmm. Uh, it's a J question mark business. It's weird. Uh, yeah, I know there's an H clue in here. It would make a lot of sense if it was that. Uh, but don't know. I keep trying to find different things to try and like say like, can we at least just look ahead far enough to break this thing? And then it just keeps happening over and over again that it's like, well, that forces a whole lot, but it doesn't resolve anything, or but it doesn't break. Uh, uh, there's some relationship between the row 5 G clue and the column 12 question mark C clue. That's an interesting observation. So this is a G, which would have told me that yeah. So if C is 3, then we've said this is somewhat restricted. Uh, yeah, I guess if C is 3, it makes this region big, uh, because well, I guess it only makes it at least 7, and it's already at least 7. But yeah, if C is 3, and that means I have to make a 13 sum here. Does that create some interesting uh is there some weird interaction between 13 sums and 12 sums or something that I don't know? Uh uh yeah, the so yeah, is this being 6 7 possible? Like I really want to prove that C is I really want to prove that C is 0 because I think it is, but I also want to prove that C is 3 because I think it would do more for us if C was 3. uh G is bigger than C, that's true. So but given that I think we hypothesized that C is 0, that may not be the most helpful, but it's technically not nothing. It's not something obscene like I can place the 2 in the 9 region or something, is it? Uh, uh, so I do know that that cell's not a 2, and I know that that cell's not a 2, and I know that that cell's not a 2. Uh, actually, That's actually not insane, because the only way I can put a 2 in these cells is if A is 0. Because of the question mark A clue, I could make these a 2, 8. Otherwise, I'm forcing my 2s all the way down to the bottom, so that would be like a whole bunch of cells I could not put it in. Now, what that would do for me, or why that would be the thing I would want, that I could not tell you. But yeah, so in both cases, 2 is paired with 8. So, right, this is part of a double-digit sum. And so the thing we've said is these aren't 2, that's not 2. And I'm trying to remember what the 2 universes are for what this looks like. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going to be one of these 2, 7, 8. Yeah. So, right. So we're either going to get a 2, 8 up here, or a 2, 8 down here is the Cogito's point, and 2, 8 could look like either of those. So, like, we have a whole bunch of digits that aren't 8 in here. These are not 8. Now, of course, if this is 3 long, that has to be the 8. So there's so okay. In the orange universe, there are many letters that want to be 0. There's the JD clue that is 3 cells, question mark C in row 1, question mark A in row 2. Okay, I think were all of the JDs intentional? Was this like was this a signature? Okay, so in the orange universe, so let's try and understand what things want to be 0 in the orange universe. So in the orange universe, let's recall the orange universe, and I'm just going to put my bifurcation marker there. Sorry, I'm going to put my bifurcation marker there, but I'm going to put it the right color. The orange universe is the one that looks like this. So that has to extend. So that's green, that's gray, that's green, that's gray, that's green, that's gray, because we know this is a minimum of 7. This is gray. So those are green. In this universe, the 2, 8 is here. Why is the 2, 8 here in this universe? Now A is 0 because of the column 9 J question mark clue. Right. I now need an 8 in here for sure. And so the 2, which I somehow proved was with the 8, had to go down here. So that makes that 8, 2. And so A is 0. And so if A is 0, D is not 0. So D is at least 3. And so these would be from 6, 8, 9. A is 0, C is 3. If A is 0, C is 3. So D is 4. So D just is 4. So we'd get our 7, 8, 9 here. So I agree with that. So just to fill it in, that's 0, that's 3. That's 4. To make that all work out. So this is the crazy thing. Because now we've got this 13 sum, this 13 sum. And so this 13 sum, we said we knew what it was. It had to be 5, 8. Because if it was 6, 7, that broke something. Yeah, if it was 6, 7, if it was 6, 7, something happened. If it was 6, 7, I couldn't make the math in the row work because the row has to sum to 43 because it can't sum to 44. So that means these are both 10s. And so if I make this 6, 7, I can't put the 5 anywhere. So this would be 5, 8. Okay. So I agree with that. This is 7, 8, 9. And so that's the 8 in the 7, 8, 9. And that's the 7. That's the 9. Oops. I still haven't seen the breaking part yet. The middle segment can't merge since it breaks the question mark C. What question mark C? Oh, this question mark C. So this is 6, 7, or 4, 9. Hey, Nebu. Repeats 8. What repeats 8? In row 2. Right. These can't join because they both have an 8. That's the point. Okay. So these can't join. Two things have to join. So we finally end up in this universe. So we get all of this stuff. So globally, we've now proven that these never merge, is the point. So we can go back to where we started bifurcating and say the thing we've proven is that these never merge. So these always merge. And we get our shape that looks like this. We get all of this green stuff. Let's see. Okay, so now I've completely forgotten what was going on in the world. I think we knew that this couldn't be a 1, 2, but maybe I don't. This is a 2. I know that. I think I knew that this couldn't be a 1. 2 column 2 and row 2 column 4 are limited. They sum to a maximum of 5. trying to remember what is going on here. Uh, I'm honestly not sure what people clearly understand something. So like these are summing to 20 something. Uh, uh, three big sums in the top left region. Ah, okay, right. Okay, so these things sum to at least 40. That's the thing. That's the thing people are using. I thought people were summing stuff in here. These sum to at least 40. So these sum to at most 5. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. And this region does need a 2. But I don't understand what people are doing with the 2. I do understand that G is now at least 3. I think right. One of these is definitely 1. If C was 3, these would sum to 43. Right, okay. So C can't be 3 anymore because these would sum to a minimum of 43. And then I would need these to sum to at most 2. So C is not 3. C is 0, officially. Okay, officially, C is 0. And one of these is 1, we know. And A is not 0 or 1, so I can't put a 2 here. And if I can't put a 2 here, that means I'm putting a 2 down here in one of these places. With an 8. So there's a 2 and an 8 down here, we've proven before. How did we not spot that sooner? So why in the orange world is A 0? Remind me. If someone could remind me. I have lost all recollection of everything we have done. In the orange world, A had to be 0 because the question mark A in row 2. It was the result of a 20-step bifurcation. Okay, I will just take people's mind, or take credit, or just take people's word that orange is not real. And in honor of Pink's service, we're actually going to change. I was going to make the real path orange, or I was going to make the real path red, but we're going to make the real path pink in honor of Pink's service to the country. So we know that Pink now turns here for sure. We know absolutely nothing about what happens down here, I think. I do know that this is 2 or 8, right? Because the question mark A is a thing. So it's 2. So this is 2, 8. I think I believe that this can't be 2, because if this was just a 2, 1, then we could only visit it with length 2 lines, and so we'd have to do something like that, and we would create a big problem, because I can't ever get here, for example. So if this was only 2, and I couldn't, for example, do that, because that would force me out like that. And if I did something like that, I would be forced into a loop. Yeah, the 2-8 is not justified? What? I know further down. There is no further down. It's already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cells. One of these two uh, is oh, is there some world where it does that? Is that a valid universe for this? Maybe that's a valid shape, and I've just never thought about it. It's possible. Uh, anyway, I do believe, kind of, that this gray extends. Uh, and it's now a sum of G, so it doesn't extend any further. So G is big. It's at least 6. Does knowing that G is big help anyone? Not that I can see immediately. I was convinced that this always had a 2-cell thing in this line and then didn't go down further, but I think, Gary, and it turns out that that's a possible universe, in which case the 2 could live there. I believe is the point. So D is at least 3, if not 4. Oh, maybe it could be a 3-cell horizontal sum. Maybe that's possible. Maybe that is possible. I would believe that that is possible. Although there's a long list of things I would believe at this point. This needs to sum to 11, so this is at least 6, because these are summed to at most 5, so this is at least 6. So this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9, although that's not a huge surprise because it's part of a 2-cell sum to at least 20. Sorry, a 3-cell sum to at least 20. Let's see. Is there any way that I can get away with this being of size 3? Yeah, I could just glance into it like that, I think, if it was of size 3. A 191 is not a valid sum to 11. I agree with that. Uh, uh, it's only F more worth of gray in column 4. Right. So column 4 doesn't have a lot of gray left. Yeah, so I could never take that border. Oops. Because if I took that border, I would definitely revisit this. I can never take that border because I definitely revisit this. I can never visit this cell at all because it would involve visiting this again. F is equal to 1. That's true. Fun fact. F is 1, and so therefore that's not a 1. That's a 1. Good, good. Selena with the memory back to 3 hours ago when we started thinking about what F could be. Excellent, excellent. 8th digit, go us. So these two need to sum to 10 then, because of that 1. Sure. And A is 3 or 4. We're just breezing through this. Breezy, definitely breezy. Uh, uh, so I don't know if it makes it better or worse if this is gray, if I'm being completely honest. Yeah, I know absolutely nothing about this row. Did these sum to 13 or 14? I'm hoping that now maybe one of the bifurcations that we've done can be helpful in terms of understanding what is happening here. Uh, so there's one digit that just doesn't appear in this row at all. Oh, I think people have wanted me to put a corner mark of 9 here for a long time. I will put the corner mark of 9 here. These digits are certainly at least 3, because 9, 8, and 3 is the minimum it would take to get to 20. And these I know sum to 10. So these sum to 10 and these sum to 10, I guess, is a... so that proves Ransk's point. I think, maybe? Okay, so that's 10 and 10. That's 21. So these sum to 24. If you take away the 9, then they sum to 15. So I'm not sure because I worry, like, what if it grows a lot? Uh, I guess it is true that we have to sort of think about how the pink's actually going to get up here. And, like, it seems like this is going to be the most natural way for it to do it. I'm still worried about the whole, like, C option kind of stuff. Or it could grow into the line. That's right, it can absolutely grow into the line. That is also true. Let's see. Do I know anything about what E is now? No, not really. G plus question mark equals 10 in column 12. That's true. So G's not 5, although I already knew that. So I guess this I know, because I know G is 6, 7, 8, or 9. I know that this is 6, 7, 8, or 9. And it's not 9, because that would need to be a 1. So this is 2, 3, or 4, is Selena's point. So we've at least ruled out G being 9. And so if G's not 9, this sum needs a 1 in it, because it's a 3-digit sum to a number that's not 1. So one of those two is a 1. I don't know how that helps. So let's see. Ranks is looking at where the 2 goes up here. Seems to me like there's lots of places for 2, but maybe I'm missing something easier. I do know there's only one shaded cell in this whole column. Is row 5, column 9 being green a problem now? God, I hope so. Let's try it. If we make this green, then we force this to be gray, and that to be gray, and this to be green. And now our 9 is done, so all of this becomes green. Hey, Ken. These would have to be, so they couldn't be 6, 7, 8, so they'd have to be 5, 7, 8 exactly. So this is the very specific universe we wrote out before, where those would have to be 5, 7, 8. These would have to be 4, 6. And now that would have to be 2, and that would have to be 3. That whole thing becomes forced if that cell is green. Is there... But again, I don't see anything wrong with it. Oh, excellent, excellent. Ken has been a windmill for 13 months now. Let us do a dance. Ba-doop-ba-doop, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop, woohoo! Ba-doop-ba-doop, woohoo! Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, woohoo! This does break because A isn't 0. Right, so this is not possible because this would force A to be 0 again in this row. And A, we know, is not 0. So everything that follows from this being green is incorrect. So this is gray. And if that's gray, that means that's green, which does mean that's gray. 13 months on this puzzle. So we get that that's gray. So this now has become a 9 size region. To make that work. It does feel that way to me sometimes. I will admit. Yeah, and so now pink definitely can't turn that way. It definitely can't turn that way. And so pink does indeed go 9 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is what pink does. To do all of that. Let's see. And it has to turn. It seems unlikely that it's going to turn down here because this is a sum to 12. So it certainly can't go right. Yeah, there's no way it turns right, right? Or I guess this would be it turning left from its perspective. Because then it would end up in this region, which is gigantic, and it would end up in this region that's gigantic. Like, I'm trying to just make sure I believe that this can't be green and somehow have it do it, and yeah, I think I agree that even if this is green and it sort of tries to wiggle around, it's still going to end up putting a line segment into that region that is not correct. So this has to, I think, turn this way. Let's see, and this is a sum to 12, as I keep trying to remind myself. I don't think any sum to 12. Yeah, there's no way I can break all possible 10 dominoes. I do know these 3 sum to at most 20, for whatever that is worth. Let's see. 1 in the omega region is limited to column 3. What is the omega region? Three from the right. Oh, this region is shaped like an omega. I see, yes. One of these is 1, I agree. Is this assuredly my question mark H? Or is my question mark H down here? I don't think I know that H is any bigger than 3. So I think my question mark H could still be down here. I know that these sum to 25, 29. So these sum to at most 16, just by counting. And so if these sum to at most 16, if that is the H, then H is at most 6. Oh yeah, the very top could even be the question mark H. That's right, the very top could be the question mark H. Good spot. Let's see, are we starting to get any force shading? We're not quite to having force shading in this row, although we're close to having force shading. unless I know something about D or J, which I don't really. Uh, can't have a 1 in here, right? Because now this is a sum to a minimum of 20. Okay, that's a good point. So uh, the absolute smallest digit I can put in a 3-cell sum to 20 is 3. Uh, so these are certainly at least that big. Now, these can't be 6, 7, 8, and they can't be 5, 7, 8 either, because there's no 5s in here, because there's a 5 there. And so, oh, but I could have like an 8 and a 9 still, or something like that, right? Only one of these can be 1. If this is a 1, this has to be a 4 exactly. Otherwise, I've not gotten to a double-digit sum. Right. So what we've just argued is that there's always a 9 in here, as Garion points out, because we just argued it's not... If there's no 9, it can't be 6, 7, 8, and it can't be 5, 7, 8. So there must be a 9 in one of these two cells. The 9 is there. I don't think it immediately does anything. Can you get me an iced tea when you get a chance, honey? So yeah, so there is a 9 in here for whatever that is worth. Uh, because ranks, if I don't use a 9, I could sum to 21 as 6, 7, 8, except I can't because it would break the 6, 7, 8. And the only other way is I could sum to 20 without a 9. It would be exactly 5, 7, 8, but I already have a 5 in the region. Okay, so these cells sum to at least 35 at minimum. And so, therefore, these sum to at most 10, is Garion's next trick. I don't quite know what to do with these summing to at most 10, if I'm honest. If I can place this 1, it will let me green a cell over here, which I'm sure will be very exciting. Yeah, G is only 6, 7, or 8. Does G show up anywhere where it's useful? Not that I can see. That might be literally the only appearance of G. No, that's also an appearance of G, right? So if this is green, G is 6, and this is 1, 2, 3, and that's a 4. I don't know what that's going to do over here, though. That would be interesting. Yeah, I have a hard time figuring out what I'm supposed to do with this. The fact that these sum to 12, maybe nothing for now. Okay, so these sum to 20, 30 at a minimum. So these sum to at most 15 plus the extra cell that I don't have yet. Are there any cells that I can rule out from being the extra cell that I don't have yet? Like, do I know that it's not that one, for instance? I don't think so. I think this could sort of meander around and it would be okay. Yeah, so these are 1, 3, 4, 5. That's certainly true. I assume it's supposed to be 1, 2, 3, but I don't know. exactly what is happening yet. Let's see. If this is a 2, then that's an 8. If one of these is a 2, it goes with an 8. If one of these is a 2, oh, it also goes with an 8. So there's a 2-8 in one of these many places floating around in this, I don't know, Avison's collar sort of shape. Deep cut, if anyone gets this reference. Let's see. Have... yeah, there's no digit down here that's smaller than 3. So yeah, the 2 must go somewhere else for multiple reasons. It would be really convenient for this to sort of dip into there like that and not have to handle doing this. So something like this would be an ideal shape for this region to have. But and yeah, we're so close here to having enough knowledge about this row. Like, here's a fact. If this is a 1, it forces that to be green, which actually forces both of these to be gray. And part of a fairly large region. So this being 1 would be really nice. This being 1 would force that to be a 4 in order to get this to a double-digit sum at all, which would force that to be a 6. Does that break somehow? If this goes 1, 4, 6? Am I running out of digits too quickly to be part of this? I don't think so. 20-something. Only got a single digit left. So I can't shade all of them. Not that I really wanted to shade all of them. Let's see. What else is going on? This row is making me very suspicious. So question mark D. Question mark D is at least 13? Did I at some point want E to be 3 or 4? I don't know. There aren't that many letters that can be 9, I am noticing. Row 5, column 8 region. Right, okay, so Garion is pointing out that I can maybe make that gray if I want, but if I make that gray, I am priced into this exact arrangement for this row because that would be the last cell of this region. And so the fact that I'm not using this actually means that my most efficient packing looks like this, which means that even if I sort of wiggle it, I always use this cell and this cell. So I think these cells are always gray, is I think the corollary of Garion's point. Not really appreciated that this was a single digit thing as sort of doing a little bit of, I think, bullying of what this region can do and how many cells it can take up there, but I don't know. G is 8. The row 1, column 7 region. can't take a 2-digit sum down there either. Okay, I believe that. So yeah, both of these are part of a 2-digit sum. So it would have to look something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe it looked exactly like that. A and D are a 3-4 pair. Where is D even? Yeah, this D doesn't have to be a 3-cell sum. Would be nice if it did, but I don't think it has to be. Let's see. Yeah, the only gray cell in this entire column is the 1. That's true. So is it interesting to note if this was 1... so this cell's always gray. Because I can't make this a domino, is J40's point, because that would be a 1. This would have to be a 9, and I have 9 corner marked there. So this is always gray. And this is part of a big region, because it's a sum to a double-digit number, possibly with that there. There's only 2 shaded strings in column 4, because of that asterisk. That asterisk means 1 clue, and it's that one. Trying to decide if there's if there's another cell I want to bifurcate on the color of. Because now that we have this, I'm now almost becoming suspicious that these are going to connect. Although, interestingly, if these connect, I can't do the thing that we talked about, which is to take just one cell on this line, because if I take just one cell on this line, that one cell will be a 1, but I've already used a 1. So if this connects, maybe that's broken. I think if this connects, I now need to take the pink line in a more serious way, and I don't think I can. I'd have to look something like, yeah, even something like that's not going to work. Yeah, so I think we're now locked into this being 1, 2, 3, and G being 6. I think. So that's a 6 and that's a 4. Because of this whole 1 business and I needing to repeat a 1 over there. Woohoo! Yeah, we'd sort of like talked about ways this could meander up into here, and I don't think without it being able to just sort of nab the line, that we could do it. Yeah, we had a lengthy conversation about what that case would look like earlier, in which we basically figured out, oh, this region could take 1 cell on this line vertically, but we had not at the time appreciated that that 1 cell would have to be a 1, which it could not have. So I think it was rigorous if you put it in the context of what we did earlier, but I don't 100% promise that you would like it. So if there's a 3 in here, it has to go with an 8 or an 8 and a 9. these are a sum to 12. It's not 6, 6, or 4, 8. So it's got to be either 5, 7, or 3, 9. These are just a double-digit sum. Yes. This region must be visited, and because of our Xing, we actually know exactly what the visit looks like. Which is that we have to go through here because we have no other way in and out of the region. And now this has to turn and this has to turn. And so this can't be gray because then it would revisit this region. And that would be bad. And if this was gray, it would be part of a 3-cell region that could have no digits. Because 1, 2, and 3 are all gone. So I think all of that is correct. I think that is the first step that has felt natural to me. So it's probably wrong. So row 6, column 2 is not a loop corner. Right. So the loop does not go this way, is people's claim. And if the loop doesn't go that way, it has to extend down, because I'm finally in the universe where there's only one loop, which I had not appreciated. So we do that much. And this one has to keep going down at least. Now I feel like this is the most likely outcome. But I don't know if it's forced yet. Right, if gray comes over here, the loop has been entered too many times. So we do that. Now this segment is big. It's length a lot. So this region needs to be length a lot. So that's always gray. This being gray would be flabbergasting. I think you could probably prove, because it would have to be part of a 9-cell region that would then have to grow into all of this mess, but we'll see yet. If the gray comes over here, then it's entered and left the loop, so that's not going to work. This is still big. Still can't come over here. If my gray comes over here, then I have... Did I do something wrong? Gray can't come here because then the loop would close inside this gray region. Gray needs to come down here because, again, gray is... It can't because there's only one gray cell in this whole column, Jay. And so because there's only one gray cell in the whole column, it will be a 1-cell visit if it visits in this column. Oh, this is green because this is not a 9-length line. This line at maximum is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's at maximum 7. So actually, that's probably an easier argument to make than the complicated argument we made. This line's no longer than 7, so this definitely can't go in there. But now if these join, we now have a problem, because now if these join, now this is length 2, and 2 is not equal to 7 or 5 plus. So actually, This doesn't do that, which means this loop does that. Uh, um, uh, it does not have room to turn left, because if it turned left, that would not let me make a length 5 plus segment, so it goes down. Agree on that. If it turned left here, it would need to be at least 5 long in this direction. And that would run off the edge, Kachito. That's the problem. And that does make the length 6, but I don't think that tells me whether that's the gray cell or this is the gray cell. But I think we know this is size 6 or 7, because it definitely doesn't go all the way down to the bottom. If it went all the way down to the bottom, that would be a big problem. Yeah, so it either goes right now or 1 lower. Agree. I'm trying to see if I've gotten lucky and I've gotten to nine shaded cells in any row or column, like happened in the Kajito puzzle earlier, but I don't think I've gotten so lucky. Right. This says E's not 4, because I could never make E 4. Agree. Or 8. I can't make E 8 either. Agree. The question mark D in row 6. Yeah, so these are at least, these need to sum to big number. So I need to get to at least 13, which means they have to both be, I need to get to 13, and I'm not allowed to use any numbers that are bigger than 7. So I have to use 6, 7. And so, because I'm not allowed to use anything bigger than 7, because this loop can't get longer than 7. And so because that happened, this loop is 7 long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We turn there. We know that this other loop has to connect under there. This has to turn that way. And so we have that, which is very nice. And so that tells me that D is 3. And so A is 4. E is 7 or 9. So if D is 3, that still doesn't quite tell me what's happening over here, does it? These are 7, 8, 9, I think, in some description. We're spotting intended logic now. It is true. We've had some strings of cool logic with the interaction between the region building and the loop. Question mark A in row 2. Right. This is now a sum to 14, and it's not 5, 9, so it is 6, 8. And that 6, 8 comes over here and makes that a 7, which makes that a 3, because those two sum to 10. And that 7 makes this a 6, which makes that a 7. Yeah, the left side is lovely, and look, that's like we've like doubled the amount of digits in the puzzle in a very short amount of time. Let's see. Okay, so we've got that. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I know. Yeah, I wonder if there was an unintended possibility in the beginning that sort of made the beginning more arduous, or if there was an argument lost to time that made it easier to handle. Uh, this region gets its 1 from column 3. It can't get its 1 from there. And do that. That sounds like 7 to me, but maybe I'm miscounting. I think that's 7. Uh, uh, so yeah, E is 7 or 9. Uh, it's another gray in column 1. There is another gray in column 1. That's true. Just because of this asterisk. Uh, yeah, so if this is gray, it's part of a 9-cell region, which seems unlikely, but annoyingly, I don't think impossible. Actually, the gray in column 1 could come from this region, couldn't it? Can't this region just... No, it can't, because then that would cut off the loop. The loop wouldn't be able to make it through. So yeah, it's not from this region. For whatever that is worth. The gray in column 1 needs a 1. So it has to come to at least column 3. That's true. So that gray, which we again proved is not this one, whatever gray it is, it needs a 1, and it's not getting it from here or here. So it could be getting it through here, through this column, or getting it through this column. But that means that between here and here, between this region and that region, we need to use... I was going to say we need to use the one in this column. Yeah, we do need to use the one in this column, because if we don't use the one in this column, these are all green. So that means that's green, because I need to get 2 1s. One for this region and one for this region. And if I grade that cell, these would all be green, and I could not do that. So we've got that. For whatever that is worth. I can't imagine that did a whole lot. I don't even know what cell it was. It's probably that one. Being told this is always gray, because this loop always needs to make it at least to here. Do I know that's not the gray? Right. If this is the gray for this region, the problem is then this region can't get out. And so that's got to be the gray in order to allow this to get to its... Wait. Actually, sorry. This doesn't have to get out. If this is... I don't think I believe this, because I think if this is gray, I think this can sort of back around here and get enough cells. And then this can be gray instead of that. Oh, right, because in this universe, the loop sort of winds around here. Uh, and in so doing, it sort of takes a lot of this column, probably, but not necessarily takes... Like, this could be the only gray cell in this column. I feel like we have to look awfully far ahead to get to this. Uh, uh, but maybe I should just bite the bullet and just try and draw it in. So if this is shaded, that's unshaded. That forces these two to be shaded. It forces, yeah, it forces this to be unshaded. It forces the loop to come around it at least this far. Uh, it certainly means the loop doesn't come down here. Oh, right. Okay, there we go. Okay, I get it now. So the point is, right. So this needs to come to column 1 through here. Uh, and is it... And it can't stay in the region the whole time because there's only one shaded cell here. Okay, got it. Okay. So this is always shaded, and now this is always green because this... Sorry, this is actually shaded, not for play shaded. Because then it would have left and re-entered because of the only one shaded cell in this column trick. Now this needs to worm its way over to column 1, so that's certainly gray. Uh, uh, can column 8, row 10, column 8, still be 3? Because the question mark H. Where's the question mark H? That's the question mark H. Is now at least 17. But this could be question mark H. Uh, uh, so I think the gray could finish like this, and then this could be the one. So I think there's a couple options for how this gray finishes. And I don't think this gray needs to continue into this column necessarily. Maybe it's capped at size if it doesn't. At a size that's too small. I don't know. Either way, row 11, column 10 is green, or else that line segment is too long, right? If this is gray, then it would make this segment 9 long, which would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that's not long enough. So this is always green. Very smart. Row 11, column 4 is not the one. Right. There's no way this is the one, because then it would not be part of either of these regions, and those regions would not have enough ones. So that's always green. I agree with Selena. let's see. So that's a step. Okay, and E is still 7 or 9. The row 12 segment extends further. Right, because it takes a number that's at least 4. Is there a reason why it's not this 4? Yes, that 4 would not work. This 4, if it's only 4 and it's this 4, then it would turn there. And then that would be a problem because now this is entrapped. Right, sorry. So now the loop would close, right. Uh, in fact, just in general, I cannot connect these. Because if I connect these, I'm now forced because these two have nowhere to go but each other. So this comes over here regardless. Uh, uh, so this could be the one, or this could be the one. One of these is the one. And then at the bottom of this column, there's an H. So if this is gray, it's at least 7. Which would make this line at least 7 long, which seems unpleasant, but maybe not impossible. The lowest region must go right because it needs a 1. Well, one of them gets the 1 from this column, and one of them gets this 1. So, like, there's a little, like, the 1 in this column and one of these ones take care of these two regions, but I don't know in what order. Uh, but I really don't want this to be gray, because if this is gray, it's at least a 7, and I don't want this region to have size 7. But I can't prove it doesn't, I just don't want it to. Uh, the vertical segment in the left part. Well, this could be green, Selena. If this is green, it doesn't have to be. If this cell's green, it can just go bloop, bloop, and be fine. Right. The loop is not coming back for this green. Or, sorry, for this gray. So this gray has to take one of these two cells. And the claim is it's not this one because this can't be 9 cells, but I have no idea why people think this can't be 9 cells. I do now agree that this region always hits column 1. That's how we sort of found it in the first place. And so, yes, there would have to be a 7-cell vertical segment going into it, and there's not a 7-cell vertical segment going into it. Because there's just not room for such a thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this cell is indeed... Oh, annoyingly, it could be gray if that's green, and this is just a new region. Because all I can prove is that this region doesn't connect over to there. Oh, it could even be a 2-cell H. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. All of my logic about this H is wrong. I'd love to understand why people think this can't be a 9-cell region. Because people think if this can't be a 9-cell region, it has to come under here. But I think it can still do that and just get to 9 cells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then whatever 2 cells it wants to finish. I'm scanning to see if there's a clue that would tell me that doesn't happen, but I don't think so. Uh, uh, unknown. Uh, Trying to decide if these just being 7, 8, 9 is a problem. But I don't see why it should be. Uh, let's see. I'm trying to decide if there's some way this loop obviously doesn't go. I think we have proven that this is at most 6 in size. Which is very nearly given me a quintuple, but not quite. If this goes down, it will give me a quintuple. Is that interesting? So if gray takes this cell, these have to be an 8, 9 pair. Does that break row 1? If these are an 8, 9 pair? I think it does. Because if this is an 8, 9 pair, I need these two to both sum to a double-digit number, and I can't do that because I have used 6, 7, 8, and 9. Sorry, I'd have used 7, 8, and 9. I could only use one number high enough. So this can't be gray. It has to be green, or it would break the column. With that J clue in this weird region. Let me know if you disagree with me. And we've said this can't go all the way over there, or the loop would re-enter. So that, I think, is this region. And now the loop doesn't re-enter. So the loop does that, at least. This can't be a 1, so it's green. Now, if this turns here, this region would be a 2. That's obviously not correct. So this does that in order to make that work. This is now always gray, because I need a gray cell. And one of these two has to be it, and as soon as that one's gray, this one's gray too. So now this region is in fact of size 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's in fact of size 5, so it doesn't have a 6 in it at all. For whatever that is worth. These are from 2, 3, 4, 5. That's from 2, 3, 4, 5. And now the loop at the bottom now is length 5, so it needs to turn up there. Oops. Needs to turn up there. This had better not finish, so the loop does that. This loop had better not go up, so it does that. So we get a bunch of sort of loopy stuff going on at the bottom here. Okay. And so now this one is coming from one of these cells, so this isn't 1. Yabervin pointing this out. And so now this region is the one that gets its 1 from this column. And so that is green. And this is a 1. Now I really can't take this cell, because if I took this cell, gray would finish, and this would need to be too big. So that's not gray anymore. And now that is gray. And so these are a 4, 5 pair now. So these are a 2, 3 pair. So that's not a 3. This is at least a 6. It's a 6. It's a 6 or an 8 only. Because it's not a 7 or a 9. Let's see. So we've got that. Okay. This region still needs a 2, I am being informed. And there's a Jovi wing on 2s looking up at it, ruling 2 out of all of those cells. So there's in fact a 2 in one of these 2 cells, which must go with an 8 because it's a sum to 10. Got it. Okay, thank you, thank you. So that makes that, in fact, a 6. And so this number needs to be at least 4. So it could be 4. I think it could be 5. It can't be 6, 7, 8, or 9. So this can only be 4 or 5, in fact, which gives me an awkward quadruple in the column. So these must be a 4, or whichever 4 or 5 is left, and the 9. To make that all work out. Let us see. Row 11, column 5, is green by region size and the H clue. Right. If this was gray, it would be of size 2, and it would not sum to H. Agree. Uh, are we breaking the battleship record? I'm not sure. We might. Two friends sitting next to each other in column 5. They probably have to kiss, don't they? But do I know that? Uh, uh, let's see. Hey, no fun on this channel. Could row 11, column 5 be the bottom of several cell H sum? Oh, we already got that one, Yabervin, but thank you. It was a very good spot, though. Row 11, column 12, can't be 7, or can't be 5 or 9 for 2 completely different reasons. No, we considered a multi-cell H sum. If this was an H sum, it would be part of a region that's only of size 2. And so it would only have a 1 and a 2 at most, and it couldn't even be a 1 and a 2 going up because that would be re-entering it. It's because of the length of this line, Yabervin, is the point. Okay, so 9 because of the column 12 clue. Right. This can't be a 9 because that would need to be a 3 or a 13, neither of which work. And 5 because it breaks the E clue, because if this is a 5, this would need to be a 2 or a 4 and could be neither by looking at the row and the column together. Yes. So this is only a 3 or a 7, which means this is only a 9 or a 5. It's never itself a 7. And if that's a 3-7, my 10 sum... Oh, crap. This is the 10 sum. Darn it. I was thinking the 3-7 was going to tell me that this was a not a 3-7, but this doesn't sum to 10 anyway, so who cares? Let's see. Yeah, this being a 3-7, the fact that 3 and 7 add to 10 is rising my rankles, but I don't think it's useful in any way, shape, or form. Even though that 3 plus 7 is 10, I don't think that that is going to define our world, unfortunately. This is size at least 7, if not size 9, but 7 is the minimum size that it could possibly be. Is there any way that there's a length 7 line that we haven't yet seen? Uh, uh, I really just want this to be size 9 and just do that. And then whatever it wants to do from there. That's my fantasy. Uh, I mean, and it can exit through both for sure. I don't think there's anything wrong with it doing both. Uh, uh, row 1, columns 7 and 8 need a 7 to get to double digits. I believe that because 6, 8, and 9 are gone. So there's definitely a 7. And the 7 needs to go with a 3, 4, or 5 in order that that work. Uh, uh, right. No loop can enter over here. These cells are all unlooped. So this is either coming out the bottom and sneaking in some loop or going out this way and sneaking through the loop. And I think that latter is much more likely. But I think Selena has a theory of how it could maybe do it in column 7 if it really tries hard enough. Like that or something. Something bonkers. I think exactly that thing I had outlined would work. Annoyingly. Aha! Yes, yes, yes. 23 is 6, 8, 9, and 3, and this can't be 6, 8, or 9 anymore. So this needs another cell. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Nebu. Thank you, Nebu. Uh, if this was a 3-cell sum to 23, it would be 6, 8, 9, and it can't be because none of those are there. So this is always going to get another gray, which is going to, at long last, give us some more green, give us this gray. Now this is currently, oh, that is 9 cells. So it should probably finish. So that is going to do some amount of damage. These are going to be the remaining digits, and I'm not going to feel at all ashamed about pointing them in. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so this is not 2 or 3. That's not 2. This is not 4, 5, or 7. It is only 2 or 3. Okay, so Rank's point is the 12 sum. Wait. For any more loop cell. Wait. The 12 sum is 3 plus 5, which isn't 12. I'm missing a fragment of. If it sneaks out the bottom, it can't exceed size 6. I think it could get to size 7. But maybe that's still not big enough. Maybe the thing I drew was 9. Question mark F in column 4. There's not a question mark F in column 4. Where is the question mark F? Question mark F in row 4. Right. Okay, so this thing. So Selena's point is this tells me that this cell needs to be gray. Because if this cell is not gray, then I can't make an 11 sum. So this is definitely gray. Now, I don't think I know whether I want that to also be gray. I think that is, as of yet, a mystery. Uh, uh, okay, so now, I think now that column 7 has been wrecked, maybe we can't even get to a length 7 segment. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, something like that. Uh, I'm just going to take it. I don't think it's completely correct, but I think this has to be a 9 in order to make this work. Uh, Otherwise, I think there's something. I think you're going to have a hard time getting this to be long enough, but I'm not completely convinced, but I also don't feel like checking it. Uh, let's see. Question mark J clue in row 6 is now 2 cells. Right. This is that clue, right? Okay, so this now, these need to sum to 12, and so they need to be 3, 9 because they're not 4, 8, or 5, 7. So that makes that a 2, which D2s these cells. Let's see. Okay, and so now this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so if this is gray, then now that just finishes it, and this is a 9-cell region. Uh, if this is green, then this needs to sort of stay up here to finish. Uh, uh, Row 10, column 10 is gray. Yep. Uh, oh yes, this would, if this did not join that, it would need to touch a 9-length segment, and there's no way we're fitting a 9-length segment anywhere. So they do touch. Okay. Thank you for that spot. So these are all green. This is not visited by the loop in any universe, so it's not gray, it's green. Uh, Row 10, column 10 can't be a 1 because of that pencil marked 1. Could it possibly get out around here? No, it does not have enough cells. So yeah, so it has to take this cell as SPQ's point, because none of these can be 1, and that can't be 1 either because of that 1. And if I try and come around here, I can't get far enough to make it work. Row 11, column 12 is the E sum. Okay, so E is either... Right. This can't be 7 anymore, so that has to be a 3. That's a 9. And now this is a 4 or 6, and we don't know which. That is not a 9. That's a 9, if I follow my pencil marks from before. Let's see. These two just need to have a double-digit sum. So this can be whatever it wants to be, basically. Well, it's not a 0, I can tell you that. It's also not a... Oh, it could be a 2, actually. This could be a 2. That's not a problem. Okay. I'm about to sneeze. Apologies. uh, Something is off. Uh-oh. I don't like hearing something is off. Uh, uh, Okay, there's a lot of green in this row now because any gray in this row is going to have to come from this region, and we've already got 7 cells in this region. So 8, 9, these are both green just by the row clue. Uh, excuse me. Uh, column 6 has a single digit clue. Aha, this is a single digit clue. So I probably can't put a 9 with 2 zeros because I can't repeat the zeros in the column. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they're not 3, of course. Not 2 either. I can't include a 6 with a 3. What are these digits allowed to be? 1, 2, 3. In fact, there's definitely a 3 in this sum. 4, 5. Oh, 5, this is not a 5. 6, 7, and 8. Oh, that one's not a 7. Or a 3. Or a 2. But there's a 1 and a 3 in this sum. So those sum to 4. And so I'm definitely not getting to question mark H. This is chat's point. Because 1 and 3 only sum to 4. Even though I get a 9, I'm only getting up to 13. Whereas H is at least that. So this has to be the question mark H. Which means this has to be an 8 and a 6. And H is 7. And E is 9. And K is 8. And now that we finally know what E is, we can fill in this is a 6. And so if we continue, that's a 1. This is not a 1. Neither of these is an 8 now. One of these two is an 8. That's not a 6. So, question mark clue in row 5 consumes a 7. Yes, I need a 7 in here in order to get that to a double digit sum. So these are not 7. Let's write in what these can be, reminding Mark that there cannot be 0. It can't be 6 either. Or 9. Or 3. So got all of that. These are both from 4, 7, 8. This J question mark also needs a 7. If I try and do 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5 is 12 plus 6. That won't work. Okay, so this has got to be a 7. Or I won't make this work. So now the question is, these need to add to 7, but they can't do it as 5 and 2, so they must do it as 3 and 4. So that's a 4, that's a 3, that's a 5. 3 looks over, gives me a 1 and a 3. This is not a 1. Oops, sorry. This is not a 1. This is not a 5. This is not a 4. Oh, they could add to more than 20. God damn it. Totally right. Yep. They just add to at least 7. Never mind. Totally right. J clue in row 8. Needs the 8. If it doesn't have the 8 right, then that won't work. So that's an 8. So this is a 2 or a 7. 6-8 pair in box 2. Trying to decide which one is box 2. So yes, we need to put a 6 and an 8 into this region, and the Cogito's point is that they can only go here because there's a 6-8 looking at there. Oh, by the way, these don't include a 3 because there's a 3 in the region. So row 4, question mark F clue. This is the question mark F now. And so if I look at it, this has to be odd, but can't be 1, so it can only be 5 with a 6, making that an 8. Making that not a 5, that not a 5. These aren't 5 anymore. Those are 4, 7, so that's not a 4. This is a 1 or a 2, and it's not a 1, so it's a 2, and that's a 1. That 4, 7 looks across and makes that a 5, which makes these a 4 and a 9. That's not a 5. It's a 3 or a 4. That 4-9 pair looks down and rules 4 out of all of these things. 5 has been ruled out of all of these things. So one of these things is a 4, but I can do that. So the JD clue is 23, and so that's 10, and 6 is 16, so that's a 7. Jay Dyer's signature clue there, finally complete. So this is not a 4. This 1 is seen. Or, well, rather, it is seen that it is not a 1, so that's going to get us there. Magically, I did get correct that this was going to sum to exactly 20 by sheer chance. This is not a 4 or a 7. Let us see. H is 7. So my H in this column is got to be either a 3-4. It's got to be either a 2-cell sum or a singular 7. And a singular 7 seems like it's going to be awfully difficult. But who knows? Row 11, column 9. Right, this is green, or it would re-enter. That's true. K is 8. So either this is an 8, or... Oh, this can't be any of the other ways to make 8, because this would have to be a... Unless that's the 8. But there's no way that's the 8, right? That's too many cells. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, annoyingly, I think I can make this a single cell 8. If I try. Let's see. Row 10. Can eliminate some 8 candidates. One of these two is the 8 for this region, is the Cogito's point. And so therefore, there's never an 8 over here. So these are a 4 and a 7, which mean that's not 4 or 7. Okay. Are there more clues in the puzzle that might be useful? There's our J question mark. Yeah, we've got the K is going to be a singular 8. So this is never green. Or sorry, this is never gray, right? If this were gray, then I'd need to also put an 8 down here. That would be too many. So this is always green, I believe. Uh, the H is 2. So right, this H needs to be 2 cells because we don't have space for long loops anymore, because remember, all of this is unvisitable. So these are a 2-cell sum to 7. Now, probably they have to be 3, 4, because I don't think I'm getting a loop that's much longer than that. But that means this is a minimum of 4 long, so that lets us extend this loop down here. Like that. If that extends, then this extends. And then this extends again. Row 11 has an asterisk clue. So there's one extra region in there, and it can't have a 3 on it since it can't get into row 10. So there definitely is some gray in one of these cells, is Garian's point. Now, Garian's claiming it can't get into row 10, which makes sense because it would have to get into row 10 there. Maybe that would be okay. No, it can't get into row 10 there, right? Because if it's in row 10, it would have to be in this region, so it can't get into row 10. So it's got at most 2 cells. So this new gray region is either 1 cell or 2 cells, and it can't be, right, it can't be 1 cell, because if it were 1 cell, you couldn't get into it. So it's got to be a 2-cell region. And I can't get any 1s or 2s down here. So this is always part of that region. And this is, in fact, always a 1, I am being informed. And the 2 can't go there, it has to go there. That was a great spot from Garian. And so this region is done. And then by loop logic, this leaves, cheats under. Can the loop avoid it? So the other option is that this does that. So yeah, I think I was swayed, but I think it's possible that it does that. And if it does that, then my loop can connect over down here, and this can connect up, and then it's fine. I believe. What's wrong with that? So I don't think the claim is correct, unfortunately. Uh, uh, okay. So this is a maximum size of what? Do I know? It's currently at 4. It's certainly a maximum size of 6. But probably I can't even get to 6. Uh, 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 so there's a Sudoku problem if it does this. Is that what people are claiming? These would have to be at 2, 5, and the 8 would have to be over here, and then nothing can go here. Yeah. Yeah, it is a little ridiculous to see. but the thing I outlined does not work, because if this comes here, now now the 2 and 5 have to go in here, but the 2 and 5 are also an 8. So we can actually sort of fill in the Garian spot, that this is a 1, that's a 2. But it was good to spot that it was possible, it was just possible for this to sort of wrap around. I would not have seen it. So this does indeed do that. Uh, uh, Now, Rank's point is if this was gray, it would have to be part of a region of size at least 3, and it would join this region, so that's not going to work. Okay, this region, J40 is pointing out, is getting very blocked off from getting a 2. The only place it can possibly get the 2 is in this column. So that makes that an 8 and that a 2, for whatever that is worth. Uh, uh, so therefore it's 2, 5, right? So this is a 5 size region. And so if this is a 5 size region, the loop extends one more, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it turns. And if it turns up, it's a problem, so it turns down. This loop continues and connects like that. So this is therefore green, and that's green, which then finally forces these to be that, and those kids finally got together, just like Rank has been rooting for. We have now completed the loop. People will be relieved to know. So romantic. Boop-a-doo, boop-a-doo. I don't know. My attempt to do a romance song sort of turned into a lullaby, which did not succeed in quite the effort that I had attempted. But we'll call it good. Uh, K is placed in column K. Right. That is not the K. So that's the K. So congratulations to all the K betters out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Wrong column. Congratulations to all of, sorry, that is not the right place. There we go. That is the 8. It was close, but I was wrong. So that is the 8. And now this is a 1, 2, or a 5, but it's not a 1 or a 2. So the betting tree is in fact actually a 5. So congratulations to the 5 bettors out there. May all the 5 better, may all your betting tree wishes come true. So that's a 2 and that's a 1. Which means that's a 2, because these are now a 3, 7. So that's a 5 and a 2. These aren't 2, so they're a 3, 4. So that is 2. That's a 3. These aren't 3. And in fact, that one's not 2 or 5 either. So that one just is a 1. And that's a 5, and that's a 2. Those are a 3, 7 pair. Let's see. Okay, so now I've got to find the 1 for this region. And the 1 for this region can only go there or there. And one of those presumably sees a 1. But to get to either of them, funnily enough, both of these have to be gray. Because I only get 5 total cells, so these are both green. Oh, that one can't be a 1 because there's a 1 in the column. Okay, so this was not as fancy as I thought it was going to be. I am a Zeta of very little brain at this point. No comments. So these are 4-3. I was thinking like, oh, one of them's gonna have to be a 1, but I'm not gonna know which. But then the Sudoku's gonna resolve it. But I just was not looking at the whole thingy. So we've got all of that settled out. Okay. Oh, that 5 has made that a 4 and a 5. Has made that a 7 and a 4, which has made that a 3 and a 4. And 250 minutes later, we have completed the puzzle. This was absolutely bananas. Uh, there was some really neat stuff in like the last third of the puzzle. With like the loops and the interactions and all that sort of stuff. We definitely missed whatever was going on in the beginning. Yeah, I think Garion is right. I think 3-star puzzle, give or take. I think that's probably right. Uh, gave up its secrets too easily. Oh yeah, Patrick's Parabox. Yeah, the definitely a good moment to try and do more Patrick's Parabox levels. Let's see. Yeah, that was something. Yeah, I feel like it really sort of evened out sort of a little bit towards the end. There was still some tricksy stuff, but I really don't know what we missed in the beginning. Maybe someday it will be discovered. Uh, but anyway, thank you to everyone for watching this much longer than usual stream. Although not as long as the 24-hour stream, but longer than usual. Uh, this is uh, well, let me know if post it in the Discord if you figure out the intended bit at the beginning. But anyway, thank you for joining me for this extended stream. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you all. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream. You really do sort of keep this going and keep the entertainment and the crazy puzzles flowing. Uh, so if you'd like to become a supporter of the stream, if you think after that I deserve some support, you can do that in 2 ways. You can click the join button down below, in which case you can become a YouTube member, get the Zach emotes that people keep putting in chat. You can do that for as little as $5 a month. Or if you'd rather do a one-time donation, you can do that at Ko-fi. Ko-fi link right down here below me. I'm holding up a sign, actually, if you can't tell. So that that will work out. I'd also like to thank everyone who already supports me again, and thank the people who support at the top level. I know I saw Willie earlier. They're one of them. Danita, Daniel, DDX, Woofer, Franco, Nordy, and David, who I've also seen hanging around stream today. Thank you so much to everyone for your support. You can see everyone's name who supports on the stream on the goodbye stream. So I will see you all for another stream on Wednesday this week. So I will see you in not too long. But for now, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this 3 puzzle stream. And I'll see you later. Bye for now.